Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Artificial Intelligence in the Caribbean Context, Opportunities to Accelerate Human Progress for Sustainable Development, a forum organized within the framework of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative. This initiative is a collaboration of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean and the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, with the support of UNESCO's Information for All program. I am Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and Vice Chairman of UNESCO's Information for All program. It is my privilege to co-chair this forum with Miss Isabella Vieira Bermudez, Advisor for Communication and Information at the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean. Before we proceed with the day's program, a few housekeeping matters. For persons who need to adjust the size of the video feed, we have the instructions in the chat. We will have time for Q&A during the sessions. We ask you to post your questions using the Q&A function and not the chat. Sometimes we may have a time constraint, but at the very last session, it will be an open floor discussion, so there will be another opportunity to engage. Also, if you're posting on social media, please use the hashtags in the chat, AI, the number 4 Caribbean, AI for Caribbean, and human AI. Isabel, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Cordell Green. Good morning to you all and welcome once again. The forum is part of an ongoing initiative to raise awareness, scope the opportunities of artificial intelligence within the Caribbean, encourage small island developing states to work together on AI issues, and to inform the preparation of an AI policy brief for the Caribbean. The link to the recording of both days of this forum will be available very soon. Once that is published, we do encourage you to share this forum and information about the initiative with everyone in your network. You can learn more by visiting unesco.org/Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative and AI4Caribbean.com. To get things started, we will have a brief recap of day 1 by Ms. Sasha Harrison, University of the West Indies State Vice Chancellor's Ambassador and Economist at the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. She will give her perspectives about this session. Over to you, Ms. Harrison. Ms. Harrison, do you hear me?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Just a quick update on what you might have missed yesterday. It was a very exciting day of events, very informative, very stimulating. And I'll just share some details about, I guess, how the day went, how it progressed. So as an overview, yesterday we had a total of almost 160 attendees at our maximum. And we are pleased that over 100 of those attendees as well stayed for the duration of the program, where we had about 21 panelists, presenters, and moderators. So I will begin by looking at each session, not completely in depth, but just to give an overview of the outcomes. Briefly touching on what happened in the opening ceremony, and then each session which followed. At our opening ceremony, we received brief remarks and welcome from Dr. Sadia Sanchez, the Director and Representative of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean. And Dr. Sanchez did a very good job of framing the initiative for us in the context of UNESCO's work across the region. And what we note is that they begun this work in 2019, and they continue with several initiatives, and this is just one of many. Of course, the first phase of this particular initiative took place in December. And as a recap for that, Dorothy Gordon, who is the chair of IFAC, gave us a brief overview of what happened in the first forum. And at that time, we had 3 presenters who did a very good job of setting the stage for this event. Following this, we had a brief moment with the minister, the Honorable Olivia Grange. There were some technical difficulties, but I do believe that the moment was impactful nonetheless. She did remark on the approach that we have taken, and she noted that the multidisciplinary approach and the holistic approach is going to be very useful for policymakers in the region. And she particularly took delight in the fact that there is a creative panel. So we all look forward to that today, and the minister looks forward to it as well. Okay, so we will move on to session 1, in which we cover the principles of AI governance. Now, in this session, we had presenters Wendell Wallach and Carolina Aguirre, and the session was moderated by Dorothy Gordon, my apologies. But that was a very useful session as well for talking about AI governance. Carolina took us through the recommendation, UNESCO's draft recommendation, sharing with us the values which provide the values which inform the recommendation, and emphasizing for us that we need to move from policy to practice. Made some recommendations about how we can move from policy to practice, indicating in particular that governments have a role to motivate the persons, young people, build capacity, as well as to draft policy to drive AI innovation in the region. Then we received remarks from Wendell Waller, which I thought was very insightful. He told us about the AIEI, which is the AI Equality Initiative. And with his presentation, or with that initiative, the question they asked themselves is, can AI be deployed to improve equality, or is it likely that the deployment of AI will exacerbate inequalities? And he had a preliminary answer. And that answer is that yes, as it stands currently, AI exacerbates existing inequalities. And with COVID-19 in particular, tech oligopolies have seen a boom, and this boom has translated into growth for them and domination in terms of data, which also translates to, again, growth in the oligopolies. And the challenge that it presents for, I guess, the society, in the sense that productivity gains are now captured mostly by the owners of that technology. And so wages are now at risk with the advent with the deployment of this technology. He also talked about some of the likely negative results of the deployment of AI, which is not managed. That includes, of course, let me just get my notes. Technological unemployment, right? Which is something that's on our radar, something that we're aware of. We're also aware of algorithmic bias. One of the things that he highlighted as something that we're not necessarily looking out for, but still a threat, is the threat to the stability of our financial systems, as well as threats to security. So that's something for us to think about. And of course, one of the newest threats which we have noted is internet access, and the fact that it really should be more seen as a right than anything else at this time. He too had some recommendations, and his recommendations regarding how we go about governance would be to have a global network for governance as a first recommendation, whether through existing networks or if needs be to build a new network for ourselves. The next thing that he recommended was inclusivity. And not in the way that it exists now, which is a top-down type of inclusivity, but bottom-up. Us, the stakeholders, coming together to advocate for ourselves and choosing our own representatives to go out and represent us in the spaces where the conversations happen, versus those persons selecting their own representatives as a means of ensuring that bottom-up inclusivity. And I think the last thing he talked about was the inflection point that we are at as a result of this boom in technology, as well as global warming and what that means and the importance of our response to this inflection point. So we're going to think about that as we move forward. So in session 2, which covered, if I could get this thing to change, I will. Oh, now I'm at 3. In section 2, we looked at an inclusive and fair algorithmic future. And we had several presenters in this session, which was moderated by Professor Paul Golding. We had presentations from Dagmaraj Thakur, Patrick Lafayette, Deidre Williams, Renee Cummings, and Paula Cavero. Each presenter, of course, had a different take on what it meant to have an inclusive and fair algorithmic future. Dr. Thakur, his view on things, he very much focused on gender and issues related to gender. He spoke to us about bias and discrimination, gender-based discrimination, some of which is explicit with the use of deep fakes to fake, well, you know, women. And then, of course, some of it which is more implicit, which is the use of the woman, so the embodiment of AI as female, the voice of AI is female, and then those other implicit things which result from incomplete data sets which disregard females.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, Ms. Harrison.
2 minutes? I'll speed up. All right. One of the important things that Dr. Thakur said was that in the Caribbean, we have a lot of computer scientists, a lot of engineers working in AI, but where are the social scientists? I thought that was a very good question, so I'll mention that here. And of course, each person in this session spoke of the importance of having discrimination and women in each phase of the life cycle of AI. Patrick Lafayette, who is our VIP or visually impaired person, is how he introduced himself. He spoke to us about AI and the potential impacts mostly for the persons who are disabled. And in his feedback, he spoke to us about the importance of AI and those technologies to disabled persons, but also the challenges of the technology existing, but there is no access, or in some cases, there is no awareness. And so he recommended also that we improve our data sets to make sure that all persons are captured by the data, and as well that we think about how to connect persons who need the technology to the technology. Then we had some input from Deidre Williams, and her input was really, really important. It spoke to language, and it spoke to language and data. And one of the things that she said was that, I can't remember the statement, but it was basically, if it's going to be for us, it must include us. And so she made the point that the big data that exists, it's great, but it is not big enough. And it must include data that is useful to the region. And so that's something that we should note from her presentation. Renee Cummings, we bobbed along with her, and she was very, very, very clear about one of the serious things that we have to remember going forward is that there is no raw data, nothing is raw about raw data. So AI gets its biases from the biases that's written into the data. And so as we move forward, data rights are going to become human rights and very much the civil rights movement of the future.
And we are now over time. So
thank you, guys. I tried my best.
Well, let's, session 3.
Session 3.
In a nutshell?
In a nutshell, AI will be used by judges and all agents of the court going forward. And even though right now they think it might be applied to a limited number of cases, in the future they do foresee it expanding into all aspects of justice.
And the court is not a place, it is to be a service. And then the final session?
The final session was about education. So in that session, let me see what's the best point to make. It's an issue of capacity building on the side of teachers and institutions, a movement away from knowledge transfer now towards having people become innovators. And there are not really any barriers to that if we consider that young babies are very interested in working with the technology, which means that there is an opportunity for us to expand capacity without too much effort. We just have to try.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha Harrison. I really hope you had more time because the presentation was as exciting as what we heard yesterday. And I saw Anthea, Dr. Anthea Henderson, making a note that she wasn't able to attend yesterday and is most grateful to you for that recap. As Sasha mentioned, those who attended yesterday will recall Minister Grange was unable to complete her presentation due to technical challenges. We are delighted this morning to share the full text of what she had intended to present. The link will be posted in the chat and you can access her speech and read at your convenience. We now proceed to session 1. Please note the moderator and speaker bios will be posted in the chat, so we won't do very long introductions. Session 1, the business of AI, will be moderated by Miss Erica Simmons, Executive Director for the Center for Digital Innovation, Caribbean Maritime University. Erica is also an AI researcher. The floor is yours, Erica.
Greetings and good morning, Mr. Green and everyone on day 2 of our forum. And what an appropriate session to be starting things off on this day, the business of artificial intelligence. In this session, I invite us to get our green jackets on, roll up our sleeves, and get your commercial hats on. In this session, we're going to talk about how we incent action and activity in our private sector entrepreneurs to implement artificial intelligence to solve some developmental problems, which also presents a big commercial business opportunity for them. But to do this, we need training, we need a strategy, and we definitely need perspectives on how we do this, all with a humanistic perspective in mind. Analyst firms like McKinsey and PricewaterhouseCoopers have estimated that the commercial business opportunity in the implementation of artificial intelligence into industry represents a $15 trillion market opportunity in just the next 10 years. And yes, I said trillion with a T. As small island developing states, we cannot ignore this opportunity. And for this panel, we have lined up an impressive line of business people, entrepreneurs, creators, and implementers of AI solutions. We will have Jane Javalincina, president and co-founder of Mechanica AI. She will give us some important specific business use cases of AI in industry that are important to our industries here in the Caribbean. We'll have Mr. Leslie Lee Fook, Director of AI Analytics and Automation at Inca Services, a regional entrepreneur and data scientist. And he will give us some perspectives on his research on the investment of AI in the region in terms of dollars and cents and some motivations that we're finding out from companies. What's motivating them to implement? We will have Professor Jason Mars, who's an assistant professor of computer science at the University of Michigan and co-founder of Clinic Inc. And he'll talk to us about R&D investment and how to work with the universities to incent innovation and how we really extend our R&D from the university into commercial products. We'll also have another regional entrepreneur, Mr. Nicholas Key, Executive Director of Osobi. And Nicholas will share his experience as an entrepreneur and also share where he thinks we have unique competitive opportunities in the industry. We will close with Ms. Nivya Ramsundar, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Compete Authority, who will share some perspectives on AI and how we can leverage AI competitively in the region and perhaps some challenges that we may face in doing so. I would also like to remind everybody that we are encouraging discussion through this entire day. I think Mr. Green shared that there were 2 ways to interact with us. The chat function, the other is the Q&A. I just want to encourage you to make sure that if you want your questions not lost in the chat sauce, for you to please use the Q&A function, because those questions get kept and we have those right in front of us, versus when you're adding them to the chat, they may get lost in the running window. So all the panelists in this session have all sent their recorded remarks, and we'll share their bios in the chat so you can read all about them. So with that, we will begin, and we can have some time at the end for further discussion. And so with that, we'd like to start our session, The Business of Artificial Intelligence in the Caribbean.
Hello, and thank you for having me here. I talk about business applications of AI to many companies internationally, and today I'm trying to take a perspective which hopefully be relevant for you. Great thing about AI for business is how affordable it is, right? No need for capital investments. AI services are pretty cheap, and you can even use the open source algorithms for free. You just need to know how and where to apply it. And unfortunately, that's where the real problem lies for small and medium companies, right? It's all about data and scale. Just think about it. If you are a big business, of course, you already have big data. If you are a small business or a small economy, for that matter, well, you have small data. And very often you just don't have enough to get any advantage from AI, which is really sad. So I started thinking, okay, what do you do? What kind of approaches you can take? And I think there are still some low-hanging fruits, even for small and medium businesses, which are, I think, are predominant in the Caribbean economy. So how do you look for low-hanging fruits? 3 things. You look at industrial data, you look at publicly available data, and combination of both. Let me show you just a few examples. First of all, speaking about industrial data. The good thing about it is, even if it's not a huge plant, the production process itself is very stable. Usually you would have the same equipment for 10 or 15 or even 20 years. So if you are collecting the data from these years, it might not be big data, but if you have, let's say, 5 years of history of what happened in your equipment, you can use this data to train AI algorithm and benefit from it. That's a real life example, which we're doing with, well, in this particular case, it was a gas fractionation unit. But the same way, actually, it works for oil processing. When you have a complex physical chemical process in which you don't really have very precise sensors, well, because of physical conditions, they are too harsh. So to choose the optimal equipment parameters, you rely on sensors which are kind of approximate, so your parameters are also approximate. However, it seems that if you use this historical data from your previous production process and you train AI algorithm on that, what you can do is you start coming up with, well, basically AI prediction on what happens now in your, well, in this case, gas fractionation unit, which is more accurate than what you get from sensors. It works on top of your current system and just brings additional accuracy. But because of this additional accuracy, you can choose more relevant equipment parameters, and you can increase your throughput, and at the same time, you can decrease energy consumption. That's a real case. Another way to use, well, pretty much similar approach would be in food processing. Again, that's a real case with Twizzlers, which are candies, right, sugar candies. They used AI to improve their production efficiency. And the problem was, again, as I said, it's a complex process. So when you start cutting it and packing it, it's not fully cooled down and dried up. But when you are doing this, when you are cutting it for like portion size, you need to make sure that they are of some standard weight, right? And if they weigh less than that, it's substandard, so you cannot really sell it, right? The regulators won't allow it. So usually it means that because you cannot be completely exact in what you do, it means that you put a bit more, right? And again, the same thing, you use AI algorithm on historical data from this production line, right? When you know how the process was going on, you have some data about this process. You also have some data about what you had as a result, what was the weight of the final product, depending on it. So now you can train your algorithm and it starts predicting more accurately of how much of product you'll get. So you can make more accurate dosage and you start saving, well, quite a lot of money. In this particular case, they calculated that they save $500,000 for each 1%. So in their first application, they had just a few percent of economy, but it was already more than $1 million. Another approach is to use publicly available data in combination with this, however small, your own local data you might have. And probably one of the best examples here is so-called hyperlocal weather. Here's how it works. You have weather predictions, like commercial services, right? You can subscribe to it. And they would predict what happens with the weather in your particular place. Of course, they are not that accurate. However, yeah, and different providers would actually give you slightly different forecasts. That's because each of such forecast providers, it's actually a very knowledge-heavy, science-heavy business. They have this comprehensive weather models to try and predict based on data from sensors what will happen with the weather next. But each of them has a different model, which probably works a bit differently for your particular place and your particular climate. So what you do, you take their predictions and you take actual weather data. What you have now, what is the temperature? Is there rain or not? And you compare their predictions to what actually happened. And you train algorithm on that. And this way, the algorithm basically learns in which case, which model is more accurate. And if this prediction says, I don't know, it's raining, what it most probably actually mean for your territory. So it allows you, while you have your own data relatively small, probably just a few sensors, you know, for like wind and temperature and precipitation, because you also have a lot of publicly available data to train your algorithm on. With addition of this local data, you get much more accurate prediction. In our case, it was plus 42% in accuracy of forecast and precipitation. And that can actually be very important economically because, well, for example, for agriculture, at least two things which are heavily influenced by weather. Well, first is, of course, crop loss. When you know much more accurately when it's going to be raining, for example, or too sunny, so it dries out, you can prevent crop loss. But the second thing is logistics, because very often these are dirt roads. And even if you collected your crop properly, if you didn't know that it's going to rain, you might not be able to ship it. So it seems, well, it's not our own experience, but the head of Microsoft for Caribbean mentioned very significant results in precision agriculture based on these technologies. And last but not least, you can combine both of those approaches. So first of all, you take this hyperlocal weather technology, and second, you have equipment data. And this combination works for wind energy, wind turbines. Because of course, the turbine, it works, actually adjusts itself according to the weather. But of course, if you know better. And the problem is around this turbine, because it's actually moving the air around, then around this turbine, you have this microclimate. It's pretty different. It's not the same as in 100 meters from it. So if you have a relatively primitive sensor there, and now you can combine weather data with the data from the sensor, and you can train algorithm to try and predict what happens next with wind and precipitation and everything around this particular turbine, you can just slightly adjust its position so it is more efficient in producing electricity. And that is something that Siemens piloted. As a result of this pilot, they came up with 2 to 7% increase in performance. This difference, of course, it's because it depends on particular turbine and where it stays and what is the climate around, but it's already very promising results. After that, they actually started using this technology, well, like in real production after the pilot phase, but now they are just not publishing the results. But they're using it, so probably it works. So you see, if you know what to do with AI, it seems that you can use it even if you don't have big data. So that's my main point. I believe that AI has something to offer for every business. You just need to understand applicability. You need to understand what you have and what you haven't, and where the effect might be important to you. And then you can come up with great applications of AI and get advantage of these wonderful technologies available almost for free. Thank you very much, and I very much hope that you will have good questions at our Q&A session. Thank you.
Only #1 companies in the AI era will survive. Do you know who said this? It was Masayoshi Son, the CEO of SoftBank and the wealthiest person in Japan. And he's right. If you look at the Amazon effect, you realize there's no second place in business anymore. Masayoshi Son has set up the largest tech fund in the world called the Vision Fund. And they're backed by the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund and invested $100 billion into AI companies. To put that into perspective, in this one fund is $10 billion more than the entire GDP of every CARICOM member country combined. And these are defining times for the Caribbean. Companies are having their profits eroded overnight. Customers are demanding higher and higher levels of service and convenience. Every organization has been forced to reinvent itself and become a technology company just to survive. Today's executives are being asked to learn and speak tech so they can innovate and change business outcomes. And because of COVID, we've seen a 6-year acceleration in digital transformation. The good news is every single solution an organization deploys will generate data. And this presents massive opportunity when coupled with AI. So how do we get there? How can you become AI driven? It's simple. There are 3 things primarily. 1, education. 2, strategy. And 3, operationalize. AI needs to be treated like air travel. Like using a plane, we just need to understand how it can help us and when it's appropriate to use it, but we don't need to know about the science of flight. Similarly, we don't need to know about data science to be able to use it. Across the entire company, we need to understand how AI can be applied to our organization. We should be able to spot high-impact business problems that can be translated into a data science use case. You're looking for a #1 event that you can capture, model, and then predict. Most organizations are out there recruiting data scientists, but the average salary for a data scientist is $150,000 US a year. How can the Caribbean possibly attract and retain data science talent? How can we stop the brain drain? For the organizations that can afford it, these expensive external hires are creating havoc on employee morale as it generates a perception of redundancy. Data scientists are exceptionally bright people with skills in math, stats, programming, and domain knowledge. The good news is that the math, stats, and programming is all being automated. And really the only prerequisite for data science now is domain knowledge. Domain knowledge which organizations already have. You can address the scarcity for data scientists and bring your people along at the same time by upskilling your existing workforce to create citizen data scientists, staff that are willing and able to retool. Probably the most important thing is having an AI strategy. Now that you can spot the use cases, make sure it's aligned with your business strategy and the ROI is clearly and quantifiably defined. You want to define what success looks like in advance because you can predict it. And if you don't, you'll end up running science projects, not delivering transformative results. Prior to the start of any project, start thinking about how you put this into production, how you'll operationalize it. How will you get the predictions or the AI into the hands of the people that will use them? Because the best AI, the best data models in the world don't add any value if they aren't being used. Globally, the greatest AI adoption is in the sectors that have the strongest digital players. In the Caribbean, that roughly translates to large financial and telecom firms. We conducted a survey to understand the state of AI in the region, and I'd like to share those results. Of the responses, 91% agreed or were neutral about AI being critical to their survival. However, only 12% said they were already using some form of AI. Adoption is low even amongst the largest digital leaders in the region, which aligns with the fact that 91% either spend nothing or very little on AI. When asked about the top perceived barriers, knowledge and talent shortage, budget, and stakeholder buy-in were cited. This is very alarming. While the rest of the world is investing in AI, in the Caribbean, we're still just talking about it. So in 2020, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, via the TTIFC, launched a triple helix with URI Reutech and ourselves to develop human capital. Over 4 months, we trained 200 data scientists and 25 citizen data scientists from both private and public sector organizations. The program directly addressed the barriers of knowledge and talent, while the outcome was more than a certificate at the end. The participants created over 100 real business cases with an estimated potential value in the hundreds of millions of dollars. You see, by focusing on the business of AI, stakeholder buy-in and budgets also become a moot point. However, the real moonshot is in government. My colleagues in Jamaica are working on a national identification system, commonly known as NIDS. This system will be a secure national database for all its citizens, housing their biographic, biometric, and demographic information. It'll provide a single unique national identification number for citizens to access both public and private sector services. This multi-agency collaboration will streamline and eliminate the duplication of effort. It will save Jamaica money. But more than that, it will lay the foundation for a digital ecosystem for not only operational efficiency, but it also facilitates growth and development of commerce and economic activity as doing business in Jamaica just gets easier. Eventually, AI can be used to predict and enhance every step of a citizen's journey. These types of projects are how we can impact every single Caribbean citizen and make the region globally competitive. Every year, I have the honor of participating in this technology summer camp in Tobago, and it's put on by an amazing person by the name of Dr. Levis Guy, and largely at her personal expense. The camp focuses on science, technology, and math, but more than that. Levis wants to inspire the next generation of leaders, dreamers, and entrepreneurs. She wants every child to know that even though they were born on these two little rocks that we call Trinidad and Tobago, they have the ability to change the world. The Caribbean is blessed with some of the most creative minds, both positive and negative creativity, but it's our creativity that sets us apart from everyone else. And creativity is the foundation of great decision-making. Pre-COVID, I traveled the Caribbean extensively and country to country, and I was able to find that bright spark. A guy or girl is doing something incredible. A guy or girl is creating something from nothing. A guy or girl who's challenging the status quo. Like today, great things happen when there's a gathering of great minds, and it's my vision to make the Caribbean better, to make the Caribbean competitive, to make the Caribbean a leader. We can no longer rely on blue water and white sands or oil and gas, but if we unify, we can develop world-class products, export to the rest of the world, and stop being consumers. I want us to be the India of data. And if we keep it simple and we start with our youth, who says we can't be number one? We've already produced some of the greatest leaders, people that have shaped the world, people that have redefined the arts, sport, business, beauty, and someday technology. This is a meeting of trailblazers, a room of leaders, all with the ability to affect change. We live in an age of artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, and machine learning, where we've already built the tools, and the tools are now building us. And for the first time, we have the ability to overcome our human limitations. Therefore, it's our responsibility to positively and exponentially impact more people. The Caribbean has everything it needs to avoid the Jim Code of this century. We can choose to be the victims or the victors of AI. What will you choose?
Wow, Leslie, that was such a powerful presentation. I am struck by this term, the India of data analytics. That would be a fantastic thing for us to be able to achieve here in the region. Now, let's keep going. We are going to actually have a live presentation by Professor Mars, who's going to talk to us about R&D and investment. So, Professor, please, you may begin.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for it's an absolute pleasure to be here today with everyone. I've only got 8 minutes, so I gotta go. I love the energy. So I'm Jason Mars. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering at University of Michigan here in Ann Arbor. I'm a member of the diaspora. I was born in Jamaica. Both of my parents are Guyanese. Actually, my mom is in Guyana right now. And I want to tell you a bit about my journey through AI and the relationship it's had with the Caribbean as potentially a model for how that kind of collaboration can work to create value and economic conditions for growth in the Caribbean. So first, I want to just mention that I want to start this talk with pointing to this graph. On this graph, what we see is the human population for the last 12,000 years. And so if you look at 10,000 BC, there was only about 4 million humans, period, on the planet. And something happened very recently, right? We have this inflection point where the population grew dramatically. And what does this mean? This means that it's incumbent upon each and every one of us to do what we can to continue to accelerate the surviving and thriving of our species. We are an enigma in the universe, and it comes from what makes us special, that we've been able to achieve what we've achieved. And so this is a call upon engineers, scientists, entrepreneurs, business people, but also artists, political scientists, social scientists, to do what we can to grow, create benefit for the world. And this is what has driven my work. In the lab at University of Michigan, I collaborate a lot with my partner in life and crime, Lingjia Tang. She's my wife. She's also a faculty member at University of Michigan. We've published an incredible amount of research work and innovations that are novel. We've topped rankings in terms of research productivity. But at some point, publishing papers and having other academicians read those papers is not enough when you want to actually affect change in the world, positive change. So we created a company, Clink, and this company is a vessel to take these innovations to create benefit for everyone. This is a company working on conversational AI. And there's a number of tenets that allowed Clink to, in just 3 years, raise over 63 million US, grow to 130 people, and bring this technology to tens of millions of users. A technology that goes beyond what you experience with your Google Assist, with your Amazon Alexa, those simple chatbot experiences where you have to say these robotic things to make it work. Going beyond that so you can speak to it freely like a human in a room. I'm going to spend a minute just talking about how does that work? How do you take essentially a landscape where everyone is investing millions and billions of dollars on this one problem, conversational AI? You've got Amazon, Google, Microsoft, there's another one, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple, all working on this, investing thousands of startups working on conversational AI. How do you create innovation as essentially a small nobody that can ultimately beat out and topple the giants in the space? And it comes from leveraging one of the key insights of the AI revolution we're experiencing today. What we have today comes from the insight that a lot of what we were doing before in the science doesn't map to how we as human beings learn and express those learnings. We have a biological system that's based on a neural network. And traditionally with, say, conversational language, we would take something like computational linguistics or linguistic science and approaches to solve problems. So you build grammars and you build these parts of speech trees. What are the nouns, verbs, and adjectives in a sentence? Okay, I've got this verb. Let me look up synonyms for that verb and understand what the human is saying to the machine. So we would teach machines how to recognize verbs and nouns. However, that is not how your 4-year-old or your 5-year-old at home learns to speak fluent English, right? I can ask my kid, do you know what a noun is? And he would have no idea, but he can understand everything I'm saying messily. That's because in his head, there's a neural network for which the data, us talking around him, washes over that neural network, and he's able to learn messy, unpredictable language. And leveraging this key insight is what allowed us to start over from first principles to build a technology that has revolutionized the industry and toppled giants. And so with that technology, we were able to work with some of the biggest brands in the world. If you happen to have a US bank account, you can talk to the virtual assistant in that account and speak messy language, and it'll understand you resiliently. And what that means is instead of everyone trying conversational AI and then it tapering off, you actually see engagement in users. When you take the promise of the innovations that we have today with the innovations in neural network technologies, teaching systems to learn things in a fuzzy way so it's resilient to saying something unpredictable, it turns out that users are going to use that technology. This is in Turkey, the biggest bank in Turkey, 6 million users. Week after week after week, the number of users solving their problems with conversational AI, transferring money, paying their friends, using voice is continuing to increase. In contrast to my experience with Alexa, where all my buddies were using it at launch, and then now nobody's using it because it's brittle and it breaks. AI has the potential to change the landscape, and that's why we're in this AI revolution today. However, I didn't do this alone. One of my key missions is to engage and work with partners in Guyana, in Jamaica, in the Caribbean. And one of the things about Guyana is there is an incredible amount of intellectual talent. There is a fire in the belly of young people at University of Guyana, at UE, that they want to do great things. They have a star in their eye, but they don't have the landscape to express that ingenuity on a world platform, right? Creating the kind of technologies that is consumed not by just the local community, but the entire world. That's how you bring that world capital into the region to help develop that region. And what does it come from? It comes from opportunity, culture, right? Bringing that startup vibe to the community. So in collaboration with V75, Eldon Marks spoke yesterday. Eldon Marks is probably at the top of the community in Guyana as a tech intellectual. We collaborated. They've through our partnerships, they've earned hundreds of thousands of dollars and perhaps have hit $1 million USD of revenue into the ecosystem. And they've created jobs for all of that fire in UG that's coming out, and now they're expanding into the rest of the Caribbean. This is the start. Right now, I'm also working on Next, I'm working on a number of companies. I'm working on a new company with Eldon that is going to be the kind of application that is consumed on the world stage. An experience that we expect Kim Kardashian and Rihanna to be using its true self. I can talk more about that offline, but it's turning yourself into a virtual assistant via video. So you can chat with the video and the video talks back to you to answer the specific questions and helps you engage with everyone. Another project, Zero Shot Bot, I'm doing with BCS. Howard is from the Guyanese diaspora, in the Guyanese connection, in the Caribbean network. And so two of the companies that are coming out next are going to be companies that bring that world excellence to economic development in the region. And it's through those partnerships that it gets done. I tell the story of my dad in Guyana living in a mud hut, boring me with my mom, who's from Georgetown, Guyana, and then how I got on this journey and was able to create a company that have broken records in the US and has created incredible value for the Caribbean. I shared this slide because don't pay the $30 for the book. If you are in this audience and you're interested in getting a copy of this book, I will send one to you for free. Just reach out to me after the talk. And to wrap up, I'll just say the interesting thing about this great surge in our thriving on the planet, and we will have to explore other planets to continue this growth, is that all of the innovation and technology happened in the span of about 200 years. Electricity was really harnessed within the last 150 years or so, right? Space and computers came shortly after that. Internet, the first internet connection, dial tone happened very shortly after that. And AI is now, what is next? I call upon everyone to imagine how you can create that environment that allows the fire, the intellectual capital in the Caribbean, have a platform to express that talent on a world stage. And it starts with community culture, education, mentorship, and a little bit of investment capital. So with that, I'll close. Looking forward to questions. Thanks.
Wow, Professor, oh my God, we are all excited about the opportunity here for AI. And we are so extremely proud of you for what you have done and how you have connected with the people here in the Caribbean, all what you're doing as well to just bring that collaboration forward. We need more of you. How do we clone you and you to bring you down here? We are very excited to know you and to hear about all of your successes. I think what's really important is that you found a niche. You found an awesome niche, which is in conversational AI, and that you're exploiting that. This is what we need to look for in the region. How can we find that little piece of the market that we can corner, that we can become experts at? Right. It's $14 trillion market opportunity. And I am so proud, Professor, that you have gotten a piece of that. It's wonderful. And I look forward to working with you. And you're certainly part of our community here and an expert at this and how we are building AI. So thank you so much for that energy. You got us all fired up now.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want you to stay right there because I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions with you after. We're going to proceed to our next presenter, which is Mr. Nicholas Key, and he'll tell us, he's another local entrepreneur here in the region, and he'll tell us all about what he's been working on in AI.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicholas Key, COO and co-founder of Osub. Today, we're going to dive into the business of AI and what that means within the Caribbean context. So before we start officially, I want to give you all a bit of preface to the environment in which we're currently operating in. Within the ecosystem right now, we have about 5 major leading players. They are China, the US, India, Japan, and Israel. And they each have their own styles and modalities and methodologies for how they not just acquire data, but build out AI systems to use this data. China's approach, for instance, is very brute force and oftentimes autocratic with respect to how the stakeholders in the country collect and use the data to build AI systems. This is often led by the government. In countries like the US, on the other hand, they operate from more or less, private sector orientation, whereby the companies themselves take the onus of extracting and collecting and analyzing our data to create different products and services that can be amplified using artificial intelligence. And oftentimes, these private sector organizations share resources with the government. One thing, however, that is certainly common among all the stakeholders is that they have the support of the public sector, the private sector, and they have the talent to back it all up. And these tend to be the key ingredients for harnessing, a very healthy tech ecosystem generally, and by extension, an AI niche and specialty. So, what about the Caribbean? There is so much untapped potential, frankly. One of the major industries that we rely on heavily in the region is agriculture. However, unfortunately, and ironically, it tends to be the most, or even one of the most inefficient industries in our borders. And so how do we fix this? The answer is artificial intelligence. We can essentially use AI to identify a lot of inefficiencies in the entire supply chain logistics plans. So in collecting this data, we can use drones to help highlight anomalies of certain crops, changes in the environment, and help zero in on crop growth rate with respect to various crops and produce. And we can use all of this data to make predictions to help plan for the future. If other stakeholders have similar AI systems, that can help to coordinate a lot of the logistics between, the buyer and the seller. So for the instances of the restaurants, hoteliers and resorts, if they can really use these AI systems to help identify key food items and key produce that are used frequently and the most based on visitation and peak season. We can then feed that data back to farmers through their own AI systems to help match and predict exactly when and which produce is really needed at the ideal times. This can help to save a whole lot of money, and it can help to avoid food wastage. Another exciting industry that is popular and known to us most is, of course, the arts and culture, and by extension, tourism industry. And this goes across the entire Caribbean region. Virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality are some of the key upsells of artificial intelligence. And for a little context and background, all these technologies, VR, AR, and MR, they're essentially computer-generated simulations that can be brought forward to life, or I guess in this case, virtually, as overlays or otherwise, to provide a unique experience for the user. And this can be facilitated via a special headset or a mobile-oriented device in many cases, and in some cases, just a general room that is specifically used for this purpose. And so we've actually been able to see some of this in action right here in Jamaica. Kingston Creative essentially facilitates the creation of murals by artists for downtown Kingston. And an added step to that, to what they essentially did, was to bring in software developers and software engineers and have them work together with these artists to create augmented reality overlays for lovers of art and our culture. And now, if you can imagine, if this was scaled, we could essentially do this for all of Jamaica, all of the Caribbean, and we can basically sell it to our Northern American partners and our European partners and even our Chinese partners to, provide them with a virtual experience of Jamaica, especially in these times. Another upsell is that we can essentially sell these new realities to game developers to help augment a lot of their new game development experiences. All of this is, through the use of AI, of course. So before we start diving down and into the rabbit hole, we need to put in the groundwork. There's a lot to be done before we can really take advantage of this opportunity. First, we need to start thinking about data seriously. Data is the bedrock and the foundation of great artificial intelligence systems. Currently, in the Caribbean, we don't do a good job at any of this, sadly. We need to make data available and trainable so that we can train AI systems to work efficiently. This means that we need to collect the data, which means setting up the infrastructure in place to facilitate that collection. We need to label the data, which means that we need to provide opportunities to add skill to employ these people to do this labor-intensive work. And we need to analyze the data, and we need to ensure that the data is cleaned and processed in unbiased ways so that it is of quality to feed these AI systems. To solve the issues that I had mentioned prior, we need to address some of these things first. Bringing things back to, internet access and it being a human right. It's clear that not enough people have it. Another problem that we're facing is, low digital literacy rates. This can be solved by, of course, investing heavily in the upskilling of our youth. And lastly, we need to take a step back and come together as Caribbean people through different stakeholder partnerships to come to a consensus as to the direction and the future in which we see AI impacting our entire region, and to really address ways in which we can capitalize on this industry together. Thank you.
It's only right to start a presentation and competition with the game of Monopoly, the quintessential childhood game that trained our young minds to acquire wealth no matter what the cost, once we had that very important get out of jail free card. But the building blocks are there for the economic game we play in the business world. Acquisition of wealth leads to an ability to buy out the competition, levy prices, and take independent actions. Not surprisingly, antitrust control came as early as 1890 in the United States with the Sherman Act, which is still in operation today, which outlawed groups of businesses that collude or merge to form a monopoly in order to dictate pricing in a particular market. Sector and market regulation soon followed, based on the premise of fair trade and consumer protection, and these tenets still hold true today. With supervision and fair play, the marketplace can be a vibrant, dynamic, and efficient space with quality products and services, and the assurance provided by free consumer choice. And it is the last criteria that makes the difference in whether you merely fit in and are swept away by popular choice, or you can create a distinct brand, a quality, and an experience that is unique and different, where consumers choose you over everyone else. The hero of revolutionizing manufacturing, Henry Ford, established a deceptively simple assembly line, which allowed mass production of vehicles by the separation and simplification of manufacturing steps. The main thrust of this philosophy is used today, but with a few critical changes: more automation and the introduction of AI into process and procedures. Without a doubt, AI has efficiency benefits to the modern businessman. Its predictive capabilities can be manually engineered in machine learning and automatically sentient in deep learning. Overall, there can be positive static and dynamic efficiency in the use of predictive analytics, since they can increase supplier power and optimize processes. Targeted consumer information gathering and decision-making optimization can also increase buyer power. So by and large, the use of AI in business is pro-competitive. However, in any marketplace, there are anti-competitive effects. The sheer predictive sentience of some algorithms can facilitate the independent exercise of market power and dominance as regards price setting. Having the information at speeds hitherto unknown in the business world, competitors can take preemptive actions to acquire disruptors. Exploitative and exclusionary behavior may be better enabled, as the response time to perceived threats can be shortened. Further, algorithmic collusion is a new possibility whereby agreements or coordinated behavior that is anti-competitive in effect or object can be facilitated or implemented through automated systems. These new systems can facilitate collusion as an equilibrium strategy. Parallel behavior with competitors can occur by follow-the-leader price techniques, collecting and processing information from competitors and signaling the intention to collude by the disclosure and dissemination of information, all of which can occur at a pace much faster than a regulator can keep up with. It is no surprise, therefore, that the fast pace of technology would prohibit sector regulation and market regulation from timely intervention. The mere fact that competition control is by its nature an ex-post tool means that it is ill-equipped to address anti-competitive behavior in the new technological world, with severe difficulties in detection and evidence gathering. A major drawback is that competition control very rarely addresses tacit collusion, and it is now faced with technology which enhances surfing above the competitive equilibrium. The main control required, however, is the adequate protection of consumer data and identity. The question to be asked is, how can the consumer remain in personal ownership of their unique identity and not have it traded by external parties like common stock? Possibilities. Possible options to address the technological harms to the market can be collaboration between regulators for ex-ante and ex-post tools and competition authorities, particularly where the regulator is sector-specific and has the technical capacity to intervene quickly to prevent or mitigate consumer and market harm. Regulatory tools are currently being considered for inclusion in the EU competition toolkit. A similar bolster may be required in the CARICOM region, particularly as we are one of those jurisdictions which does not address tacit collusion. Stephen Hawking once said that the development of full AI could spell the end of the human race. There are certain threats that exist in applying this modern technology within the developing Caribbean region. It must not be ignored that a unique intelligent technology that has the potential to outperform our workforce in the Caribbean exists, with an expanding array of tasks. And therefore, we must be prepared as a region to address this shortfall. So it would therefore be remiss to not address some of the social issues connected to AI. Just as automation and machination replaced a percentage of the human workforce, it is relevant for the CARICOM region to acknowledge that with AI, efficiency may come a reduction in human relevance, a reduction in jobs and lower wages, even a reduction in GDP in the first instance. The critical task at hand for the region would be to ensure relevance, productivity, and efficiency of its workforce. The utilization of AI as a tool for enhancement and not a replacement of all manual tasks, and protecting consumers and workers by legislative reform that is flexible and purpose-driven. The unavoidable marriage of access to the full benefit of AI and the need for full rollout of accessible connectivity cannot be understated. As a region, the benefits of AI can only be truly felt if the business, government, and political spheres are aligned for the betterment of consumer, nation, and region. Thank you.
Okay, wow. We have just concluded our session, The Business of AI. I hope you got a lot of really great ideas and feedback for the possibilities, our commercial possibilities of AI in the region. I want to acknowledge that we don't have a lot of time, and I want to encourage us to continue this conversation in the chat, and there'll be an open session towards the end of today that will allow you to ask more questions. I'm just going to pose one question, first one statement and one question. I do notice that there is a fair amount of discussion about internet access as a right and an infrastructure. I would also like to say that we should be thinking about other forms of infrastructure. In order for AI to truly work, we need internet access, check. We also need GPUs, we need processors, we need resources because of the amount of data that AI has to crunch in order to come up with its assumptions. We're going to need GPU resources in the region. We're going to need data centers in the region. So we really have to start to think about how we're going to place the infrastructure for the future, because if we don't have processing power, we're going to be using somebody else's processing power in another country, another region, perhaps. So keep the GPU processors on the top of our mind. How are we going to get them here in the region? So to close out this very exciting panel, I just have one question that I would like to pose to all the panelists, and I'm hoping that you can give me a 1-minute response. And it really is, if you had to pick one area for us to focus on in the region in terms of our commercial business opportunity, really what would that be? Because I am a believer that we have to be very focused, right? We're too small to be trying to do everything. So if we had one industry sector or one technology that you could say, yeah, go after that, what could that be? And I'd like to maybe go in order. I don't know if Jane is still on here. If she could start, we will go in order of the presentation. So Jane, give us one industry that could be a home run for us here in the region.
Can I give you two? Well, yeah, agriculture and industrial production.
Okay, we have lots of agriculture in the region. We have lots of natural resources, oil and gas. It would make sense that we focus there and focus to get the most efficiency, right?
Yes, agriculture, industrial, maybe even more specifically industrial processing. As you said, you have this natural resources, you have food processing, these kind of industries. They really win a lot of money from AI relatively quickly and on cheap. So
okay,
I would say it should be a long hanging fruit.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Leslie, what do you say? What's going on?
I was hoping you picked Jason because he couldn't stay still.
No, he's got lots of ideas.
So guys, the market opportunity right now is really in machine learning and the applications. I don't think there's any one particular industry that we're ripe for, because I think every business unit, every organization is gonna reap benefits from AI. So it's more of a democratization of AI, machine learning specifically, is where I see us winning.
Awesome, I do too. And Jason, comment on this. We have to democratize this technology. We can't leave it in the elites and the highly educated people's hands to take it. So how do we democratize this and get it in the hands of the common people that can really give us the leverage that we need to move forward? You've chosen conversational AI as your diamond in the rough. Should we be trying to go mine diamonds in conversational AI, or is there another area we could choose?
So absolutely, conversational AI is a big one. It's an interesting one where there's a lot of opportunity for advancement, but also computer vision applications is another real interesting dimension to go. But just real quick to your question, I think the primary focus of the government should be in economic development programs to incentivize local folks to spark innovation in businesses. And to your example of GPUs and infrastructure, utility-based computing's data centers, when you use Amazon's cloud or Azure or Microsoft, that money is going to Amazon, Azure, or Microsoft in the US. It's coming out of the local economy. However, creating a little data center that is local in Jamaica or in the Caribbean, or open to all of the Caribbean, adding some seed money from the government for the private sector to create that business, and then incentivize programs to incentivize everyone to use the local cloud would be one of the ways that you can create that ecosystem, keep the money in the region, and then potentially even have outside folks from maybe the Philippines, anywhere, bring money into the ecosystem. So economic development programs to spark innovation and businesses locally would be my recommendation.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for those insights. And everybody wants the book, including me.
Yeah, no, send me. I'm going to send them this weekend. This weekend, I'm going to the post office sending them. So just shoot me an email and I'll send it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and someone has also mentioned in the chat that we do have some bubblings up of those types of ecosystems. So we should really focus on how we give them some real gas. We need to put some real power behind them now. Nicholas, what do you say? What's happening in your neck of the woods? Where would you spend your money? Where are you spending your money right now?
Yeah, so I'd probably second what Jason said earlier with respect to a lot of the foundational things that we need to do. But I'd probably, in terms of like short-term ROI, I'd probably zero in on computer vision, specifically, especially in these times. Within the Caribbean, our GDP contribution comes heavily from tourism and the creative industries. And for sure, it has taken a huge hit right now. And one way in which a lot of the resorts and hotels can probably capitalize on the times right now is probably to take advantage of a lot of the scenery that we have to offer and make that publicly available so that computer software engineers can take advantage of this data and create augmented reality sceneries and virtual reality environments so that we can sell it abroad as packages to tourists who would probably want to visit here but probably can't because COVID. So that's probably the, I guess, a short-term ROI. Long-term, all about foundational and economical development within this space to get us to, higher grounds. But yes.
I agree with you on that, Nicholas. I think we have a huge opportunity in the data. On my analysis, we have kind of a lot of public data. We do. We have a lot, and then the public sector has an enormous amount of data. What I have noticed, though, it's not clean, it's dirty, it's all in these
Yeah.
other kind of formats, can't be used for machine learning. So I do believe really in that point that there is a huge opportunity for us to start getting people to work with the data, cleaning the data. That doesn't require high skills, as I said before in my last talk about this. This is how potentially we can get more people involved in the business of this transformation that's happening. Nivea, you said some amazing things in terms of how we need to be thinking about competing in this new digital age. And perhaps maybe we need to think a little bit different about how we compete. Just a few thoughts from you on where we focus for competitive advantage.
I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that some of the things that will make our business so easy will also make it so easy to be anti-competitive, because AI gives us such a strong predictive sentience that we can get rid of the competition before even the consumer is aware that the competition exists. So I think the first thing we need to acknowledge is that there's a right and a wrong to AI. It is an open space, it is an open source, but once we listen to what our presenters have told us yesterday in that excellent ethics session, I think in the Caribbean region, once we have a policy in place for AI ethics, we'll be fine. But one of the corollaries to us really using AI and getting there that we do not have in the region right now doesn't even touch competition regulation or sector regulation, but data protection and privacy protection, because our consumers are out there in our countries, region, and internationally, and our identities and information are just being sold off to the next bestseller, and we have no control over that. So we really need to really look at that issue and see how we can legislate and protect our consumers and focus on privacy, data, and I'll add a third, fraud prevention, because right now the criminals know how to use AI way better than our manufacturers and our producers. So I think that's where I see us going with AI. And thank you for all my fellow panelists. I really enjoyed every single presentation and your chairmanship, Madam Chair.
And I want to add to that too, Nivea. Thank you all for presenting in this session, the business of AI. There's more conversation here that we need to have. We need to continue to have these conversations, but right now our time has elapsed. So we have to hand it over to the next panel. I'm sure there'll be some questions towards the end during our open session about the business of AI, and we can continue to have those discussions. Ms. Isabel, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Ms. Erica Simons and our distinguished speakers for this very inspiring and vibrant session one. The next session will be AI for Sustainable Development in SIDS. This session will be moderated by Ms. Indy McRaymond Lafayette, Development Communication Specialist for Change Communications Limited in Jamaica. Indy, you may now lead the panel discussion, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure for me to be here with you this morning. This session before was quite good. Congrats to the team and the presenters on that one. So I'm very, very excited about our session as well. I have always been interested in opportunities that provide insight into how we balance Earth's resources now with future how we use Earth's resources now, you know, for the good of future generations. In short, sustainable development. I've been working in development and communications for roughly 20 years, and I think today I am anticipating what we have in the panel. The topics in our discussion fall under 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have the SDG 2, which deals with ending world hunger, SDG 12, sustainable consumption and production patterns, and SDG 13, which is a personal favorite, that is climate change. Our speakers will explore key areas in sustainable development, such as natural hazards, healthcare, tourism, and agriculture. One key takeaway that we are aiming to achieve from this session is to have concrete recommendations that can definitely inform policy going forward. We have an exciting panel. Our speakers include David Hughes, Associate Professor, Penn State University and UN Fellow. We have Rakesh Bukal. He's a PhD candidate and founder, managing director, and specialist in aquaculture, aquaponics, and hydroponics, based in Trinidad and Tobago. We have Professor Lloyd Waller, Executive Director, the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. We also have Janelle Tomlinson, PhD candidate, in looking at climate change and agriculture. She's with the University of the West Indies, Mona. Henkel Valentine, another PhD candidate and researcher in prostate cancer, is also from UWI. And our final presenter will be Shereen James Williamson, Associate Dean, Undergraduate Matters, Senior Lecturer and Museum Curator, also at UWI. Now, as was said before, the bios of the speakers will be posted in the chat, so you will see more details on them. For this session, we will have Mr. Hughes, Mr. Bukal, and Ms. Tomlinson doing the first 3 presentations, after which we'll have roughly 10 minutes for a few questions. And then following that, we'll have the other 3 presenters, and then we open the floor for the general discussions. I will encourage the speakers, based on how time has been going, to stick with the time allotted. And again, welcome everybody. It will be, I think this will be a great session. I will now invite Mr. Hughes to go into his presentation.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is David Hughes. I'm at Penn State University. I'm the founder of something called Plant Village. And Plant Village has been developed to perhaps answer that question we had from Eric at the end. How do we democratize artificial intelligence? How do we make sure that we don't have a 2-tier system? And so I approached this as a person also from a relatively small island, Ireland. So in Ireland, we had this potato famine in the late 1800s, which was a catastrophic event. It killed about 1.5 million people through starvation, and about 1.5 million had to emigrate. And on the left-hand side, you see my country in 1845. And on the right-hand side, you see Africa today. And Plant Villages focus primarily on Africa because it is unfair, unjust, and unsustainable to have AI revolutions and data, as Jason said, going to the coffers of large companies. We have to make this democratically accessible. So what we've been doing over the last number of years is working on developing AI assistants for African farmers to help them cope with the challenges of climate change and pests. And so here you see Rosalind in the foreground and Emiliana, both farmers from Kenya, and their fundamental constraint is that they have no access to experts in their system. Human experts from universities, extension, just don't travel to the farm because of resource constraints. So we have insufficient human capital or human expertise. And so what we do is develop these convolutional neural networks which work inside the phone, offline, to then tell Rosalind, who's the lead farmer, and then goes to the field of Emiliana, tell her what her problem is and educate her. And so this works on typical AI approaches using neural networks. And what we think is most important is that not the neural network in the phone, but the neural network in Rosalind's head or Emiliana's head. And so we want to use the phone and the AI assistant as a mechanism for broader education, because that's how education has happened before computers took up these roles in AI. And so what we believe fundamentally is in AI redundancy, not AI dependency, a transparent, open, democratic AI system that allows farmers to learn. In this case, they're learning the disease symptoms or the presence of an insect pest. And this AI system is twice as good as human experts in East Africa. So that's a really beneficial approach, which can then be massively scaled. Now here's Rosalind again. She's standing in a field and she's standing with a neighbor who's also called Rosalind. And they're not only using the device to identify problems in the leaf, they're also able to tap into satellite streams coming from United Nations, a tool called WOPR, which uses NASA satellites and a variety of different algorithms. And that can measure the plant growth every 10 days with an 11-year history. And what you can see here is this drop, and this was due to the twin cyclones Kenneth and Idea, which hit in March and April 2019. And what would have normally happened is that the yields should have gone up, but it didn't, because as these cyclones hit in Mozambique, they pulled all the moisture out of Kenya and Tanzania, which are hundreds of kilometers to the north, and this led to the failing of the beginning of the harvest. And of course, with climate change and climate weirdness, this is exactly what we're seeing all over the world. We have snow in Saudi Arabia and Texas, and these are the conditions that we're all living. So nothing is going to be normal from here on out, except abnormality. And so artificial intelligence is very good at detecting patterns, especially when you have 11 years of data. And so in this case, we're using various approaches in machine learning like long short-term memory models in order to predict. And had we been using our tool at that time, we would have had a 95% accuracy in predicting what the next 10 days are like. And we could have then told the farmer, don't plant your seed because it's not going to germinate, which is exactly what happened in those conditions. And so we've talked a lot today about data sources. There's 40 years of data on precipitation across the whole world. And here's a map of Kenya to show that. And this is also enabling us to look at these long-term trends in patterns. And this is not AI, but this is just public outreach. We currently reach 9 million people every week in Kenya with these hyper-localized maps, which go out on a very popular TV show called Shamba Shape Up that many, many farmers watch. And the whole idea is to condition individuals to understand that everything is changing and what you have seen in the past and your traditional planting schedules are not fit for purpose. So we need to dramatically and massively increase the education of individuals across these regions which are affected by climate change so that they can be adaptable and have the necessary adaptations. Returning to the importance of machine learning, I mentioned that we had 11 years of data on net primary productivity, which is essentially how much grams of carbon a plant puts down every day. And we have that all across Africa. And so what we're using is machine learning in order to figure out among all the possible approaches, and for those who understand machine learning, we have things like XGBoost or long short-term memory models, etc., and to figure out what is the best algorithm for the best location. And as an academic unit within a university, everything that we're doing is transparent and examinable so that we can involve many, many other individuals in the conversation to figure out what is the best solution. Again, transparency, democracy, critically important. With a group called iShamba, which is part of that TV program I mentioned, they have about 450,000 farmers that they send messages out a week to. And so now it's possible, again, using machine learning, to group all those individuals into their respective areas and then understand how much rain they're expecting in the next 7 days, for example, or the remainder of the season, and then send out these hyper-local messages. So if we know 3 things about the farmer, where they are, what they're planting, and when they planted it, then we can send hyper-local advice to them every week on the abiotic stressors like rain, the biotic stresses like those pests you saw at the beginning, or the market prices. And roughly sending that to one farmer for a whole year is about 50 or 60 cents. So very, very affordable. And this is, again, a message that's really come out today that we can do this at scale. Now, it's not just the biotic stressors, it's also symptoms of climate change like the desert locust. You may have heard about this. Plant Village has been critically involved in this across from Uganda all the way to Nepal. And this is just some of the ongoing situation that we see. And with climate change, pests like grasshoppers, which is what a locust is, will become increasingly problematic. And you can also expect that across the Caribbean as well. And so how do people deal with this? Well, the way in which we're trying to approach it is to leverage the power of AI. This is something from just a few hours ago in Kenya. So I I can see this in Kenya today, and I can share it with you in the Caribbean. This is the benefits of cloud systems. So the old-fashioned model are European or American experts going to South Central America, Caribbean, or Africa, doesn't really matter, rather than using the local youth. And so this is what we're trying to do, empowering the local young people with advanced smartphone technology and better software, but also AI, to be able to make these observations at a fraction of the cost and in a way in which is also sustainable. So we have these individuals and we train them up, and then we use machine learning in the cloud to help them diagnose the problem without having to have 30 years of training like the European experts have. So this is a way, again, to democratize the access to artificial intelligence. So problem-solving AI can work for everyone, everywhere, and cope with climate change by putting expert AI in season, in field, and in the palm of your hand. And this, of course, is important for small island development states and critically important for the Caribbean. So if we can succeed to do that in the middle of nowhere in Africa, we can certainly do it across the Caribbean. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Indy, are you there? You're
Hello?
muted, Indy. Yes.
No, sorry, my internet just went a little bit. So I was trying to, yeah. Excellent. Thank you very, very much, David. Lots of key points raised. So I think we should take the other two presenters and then we open for a few questions because I know we're going to get a lot. I have about 4 myself.
So who's next?
Mr. Bukal. And then Janelle.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Right, so I will be presented on artificial intelligence, the prospects and applications for sustainable advancement of agriculture in Caribbean small island development states. All right, so I'd just like to begin my presentation with following up from the last question of the last session, which was asked, where should focus be given with respect to AI? And I will begin my presentation with following up on, I believe it was Jane's suggestion of agriculture, right? And for obvious reasons, right? So agriculture is the backbone of the Caribbean economy. And the one thing that we all have in common at the end of the day is that everybody needs to eat. You know, so whether you are in food production or you are a consumer, right, food is relevant to us all, right? But what are the global and regional challenges that we are faced with at the moment with respect to food production, right? So according to the FAO, the global population will increase by an additional 2 billion people by the year 2050, right? With only 4% of available land coming under cultivation, right? What this means is that we have a pending food crisis unless this issue of increasing food production is addressed, right? We basically need to increase food production by 70%, right? With just about 4% increase in available arable land, which means our current systems of agriculture needs to be revised in terms of how it is we actually do farming. And artificial intelligence is really the way forward, leading us forward with basically taking these current systems, or what we call conventional agriculture, and optimizing it for this increased production, right? And this increased production also must not come at the expense of the planet, right? We also seen a lot of environmental degradations and stuff that is usually brought on by traditional agriculture, right? And again, through applications, various applications like AI, we could basically take food production, right, in the 21st century, right, bring it up to the levels of production that we need in a sustainable manner for all, right? So in addition to increase in population, right, climate change is another major issue, right, that is facing global food production, and not just global food production, but more so food production here in the Caribbean, because we are especially susceptible to effects of climate change, especially sea level rise, right? We have we are seeing a lot of unpredictable weather patterns as well. Even here in Trinidad, when we typically would have rain, we getting sun. When we expecting sun, we getting rain, right? And farmers would typically plant specific crops depending on the different types of weather conditions they're expecting. Through AI, we could be able now to kind of more target and plant crops that are more suited to the prevailing weather conditions, right? In addition to that as well too, because of climate change, we have a prevalence of pests and disease, right? And I'll touch a little bit about this while we go along, right? So if we just look at this basic graph, we could actually see our current position with respect to arable land, right? In developing countries has already declined and is currently declining, right? And in developing countries such as the small island developing states here in the Caribbean, right? We almost going to flatline at a future point, right? So really, we really need the interventions of AI, right, to really transform agriculture as we know it. Right, so how well, so basically these are some of the applications of AI in agriculture. So how exactly will the various applications of AI basically affect the way crop production and livestock and aquaculture is being done, right? So basically AI-enabled applications include some of the following, right? Automated farming activities, identification of pests and disease, right? And as previously mentioned by Professor Hughes, right? This is a problem that is currently being faced in Africa with small farm holdings, right? Where the lack of resources in terms of pest identification, etc., could pose challenges to really taking agriculture forward, right? And it's no different for us here in the Caribbean, right? Because these small farm holdings are the backbone of Caribbean agriculture. So basically, if food production is to increase, right, in the near future, to basically to feed ourselves, right, it will be coming from small farm holdings, and these farm holdings typically would not have access to basically labs, etc., that can identify diseases and, you know, kind of optimize on your production. So AI applications will definitely serve a tremendous role for us here in the Caribbean. Agricultural drone and robotics as well will help automate the way farming activities are done. Right now in the Caribbean, what we currently face with is basically we losing labor force, so we're losing workforce. It's the dying age of the farmer, right? Through AI, through technology, we could be able to supplement the workforce, so the physical work, which through autonomous tractors, etc. We could be able to now go there and have the labor force to do the physical work on farms and again contribute towards food production. Precision farming, right, is another area that I will touch a little bit on as I go along, because I think is really the key for us here in the Caribbean. Precision farming in terms of applications of pesticides when needed, irrigation systems directly to the plants that needed in the quantities that needed, because again, things like water and water scarcity is also an issue as well too. You know, we really losing resources that we really have a decline in resources that could really go towards agriculture. So really need to optimize on these things. Right, so basically one of the applications that I would like to focus on is the use of drones for precision farming, right? So drones can be used to evaluate when and where to deploy pesticides and fertilizers while reducing the time and manpower required to complete these demanding jobs, right? So drone-based images can also help with in-depth field analysis, crop monitoring, disease detection, crop readiness identification, tracking livestock, scanning of fields, etc. So while I know the whole hype about drones and everybody flying a drone, right? You know, we could really use the applications of these drones. Farmers could utilize drones in the fields. We could basically accumulate all the data together. We could really work with better data sets in moving forward as well to help even improve on processes such as identifying diseases and pests, etc. Right? So basically, AI and soilless agriculture, I believe, is the way of the future for us here in the Caribbean. So AI applications and climate smart systems of agriculture, such as hydroponics, aquaponics, and aquaculture is the future of food production in Caribbean small island developing states. Right now, I have a strong background in these climate smart ways of growing, right? And while AI is serving a tremendous role, right, in the global arena right now with respect to food production in terms of automation, automating irrigation systems, etc. Right? In Trinidad, if we go to, in the Caribbean, right, we are small island developing states, and the operative word is small islands. Even though we try to bump up food production, right, there's only so much we could really bump up at the end of the day. Because forget about available arable land, just land in general. While urbanization and things is taking the forefront, right, we actually losing land in general. And if we really are to increase food production, we need to shift from conventional ways of doing agriculture into non-conventional, soilless, climate smart ways, right? And this is where hydroponics, aquaponics, aquaculture can take the forefront. And when we apply, right, when we apply AI into these systems of agriculture, we could boost this thing and take it into a rocket ship and take it out of space, because this is where we could really automate and become extremely specified in the way we apply these technologies. Let me just look at aquaculture and aquaponics, for instance, and even hydroponics, right? These systems are 90% more water conservative than traditional forms of agriculture, right? So we're already 90% more water conservative. When we further apply AI into these things, and we could basically know exactly the amount of water we could use in drip irrigation, hydroponics, or how much each plant could utilize, when it would utilize it, we'll know when to top up nutrient reservoirs, etc. We could really increase the efficiency of food production and really take this thing into the next generation. So I strongly believe AI really needs to be applied to agriculture, but not just agriculture, but the focus should really be on sustainable climate smart forms of agriculture. Yeah.
You have 2 minutes, Rakesh.
No problem. Some challenges and opportunities for AI in the future, right, with respect to agriculture. So despite opportunities for applications, there's still a lack of familiarity with the latest technology across most of the world. No different here in the Caribbean, right? The initial high costs associated with deployment of AI can be an impediment, right? But we could work around this as well, because almost every farmer now having smartphones and different things. So it's just about applying the suitable technology to the resources that we have, right? There's a need for increased data acquisition from farmers, as AI for the most part is data driven, right? And it can improve over time with more data, right? So again, this is where the role of agricultural cooperative and societies and stuff could come into play, where we could basically pull all our farmers together and pool the data so we could really move forward with this thing and with precision, right? And also there's a need to increase digital literacy amongst farmers and increase access to smart devices and Wi-Fi. And in Trinidad, I mean, I can speak for in Trinidad, we are really seeing an increase in the accessibility to Wi-Fi. I mean, again, in the corner by KFC now, basically everywhere. Right, it's just a matter to apply it into agriculture and really move forward into the next generation of food production. Yeah. So well, I would welcome questions at the question and answer session, and this is basically my presentation in a nutshell, and I hope it was beneficial to all. Thanks.
It definitely was. You have raised some critical points in digital literacy, hydroponics, aquaponics, and how, you know, we can pull AI in there, are strong pointers that we should come back to. I will invite Janelle Tomlinson now to just do her presentation, because she's also looking at climate change and agriculture, and then we will open for questions. Janelle?
Thank you so much, Indy. So do I go ahead and share my screen, or
yes,
will we share from your side?
Yes,
okay.
Share your screen.
All right, perfect. Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. Happy for this opportunity to share. And similarly to Mr. Bukal, I will also be presenting on climate change and food security. So while there be some similarities in the presentations, I would still like to, highlight and showcase from my specific perspective. So let us begin. Okay, so as was mentioned before, one of the key sustainability issues that we have to contend with in the 21st century is pretty much how we will seek to attain food security in the face of a projected population of over 9 billion by 2050. And in addition to that, how do we seek to create food and to provide opportunities for food for these individuals while ensuring that we do not contribute anymore to ecological degradation? This is one of the considerations being put forward by UNDESA, and I mean, so many of us that work in the space as well, especially given the fact that most of the world's agricultural food systems are fragile. And as reported by the FAO, almost 1 billion people lack adequate calories and more than 2 billion lack adequate nutrients. This is also in tandem with the fact that changes in food preferences, particularly an increased appetite for animal products, could in fact affect environmental health. And with 2 billion people being either overweight or obese, many of them also suffer from this issue of an imbalance of nutrients. So the rising global population is just part of the problem that we have to address where food security is concerned. Now, if we look at some of the other, existing extents of exposure, we recognize that climate change is also one of the greatest challenges of the 21st century, and its effects do in fact have, hello? Oh, great challenges for climate change and food security, particularly within small island developing states. Somebody's microphone is open. Could you mute your microphone, please? Thank you. Right, so reeling from as well the impact of COVID-19, we also recognize that the number of people suffering from acute hunger is expected to almost double to 250 million by the end of 2020, according to the World Food Programme. And with only 10 years remaining to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the second of which is zero hunger, there is an urgent need for food security and global nutrition, now more than ever. So at the local level, at the national and at the international level, through dialogue and collaborations, we must see how best producers, manufacturers, and distributors can collaborate to help to tackle this problem. Now, if we're looking specifically at AI as one of the solutions to this challenge, we recognize that oftentimes when we hear about AI and when we look at how it dominates in a lot of the headlines, there are a lot of drawbacks, there are a lot of issues, persons are a little bit hesitant. However, behind the scenes, there's a quiet revolution on the way as AI systems are pretty much being used to tackle some of the greatest challenges facing humanity, to issues from climate change, COVID-19, world hunger, and my presenters before would have highlighted, some of the applications of AI that have been having practical, uses on the ground. It also has an important role to play in how we transform food systems and help to address food and nutrition security. So if we look at it from the agricultural sector, it can do so in several ways. It can help to optimize human activities, such as how we plant and how we harvest, therefore increasing productivity so we get to do more in less time. It helps to improve work conditions, as I said before, by reducing the amount of time spent, in planting and harvesting and doing different things on the farm. And it also sees how best we can utilize natural resources more efficiently through better knowledge management and planning. Now, through the growth of digital agriculture and its associated technology, there are also avenues where we've seen, increased opportunities for utilizing data in agriculture. AI enhanced agriculture facilitates automated data collection, as was mentioned before, which therefore leads to better decision making and helping, to correct some of those actions oftentimes farmers going to the field doing on their own without any real thought or, evidence base behind it. It helps to enable early identification of crop diseases, to provide livestock with timely nutrition, and essentially to maximize on our inputs and returns based not only on demand, but also on supply. And of course, progress in these areas not only contributes to food security, but in the context of climate change, population growth, and depleting natural resources, it can contribute to the conservation of soil and water, which are also important if we are to sustainably achieve food security. Now, if we look at some of the real world applications that have been implemented and that have been successful, we can highlight a few of them here, and I'd just like to delve into some of them a bit. So the Nutrition Early Warning System, otherwise called NEWS, it pretty much works by gathering massive amounts of data, and it's based on different situations affecting food supply. So it's an example of how AI increases food security with constant improvements to enhance response times to different factors, whether price changes, weather conditions, and other global issues. And the effectiveness of this sort of machine learning is that it kind of helps to surpass some of the human data collection challenges that we often have to contend with. And other activities that it also takes into consideration is integrated pest management, pesticide information systems, and also it looks at how we can better include the small farmers, not just as users, but as individuals within the data collection process to build more sustainable food systems. The FAO, through its WAPOR portal, is another example which seeks to monitor water in the Near East and African regions. And it does this through open source technology that pretty much gathers massive amounts of data, and it analyzes it to determine how to best use the water for different crops and different regions. And it seeks to upload this information in real time, so you have direct access to it. Another one is ACES, which is similar to the NEWS that I had mentioned before. And it is a satellite system that works similarly, and it is an early detection system for droughts, and again, assisting in kind of helping to alleviate challenges that come about with water shortages. And what it seeks to do is to break down the information from a global standpoint to each country and region, and it allows people to be proactive in preparation, which is one of the things that is going to be particularly important in the face of a changing climate, that we're able to be proactive and not necessarily reactive. So if we look at, some of these applications, we recognize that they have been able to successfully utilize it in the case of water access, in the case of early detection, and helping, to make better informed decisions. And some of these agricultural AI startups that we see emerging now are seeking to train the algorithms to improve efficiency and performance of traditional farms. In Israel, there is the Prospera, which collects data each day from an estimated 4,700 fields, and they use AI to analyze them to identify different outbreaks and find opportunities to alleviate these and eliminate waste and reduce pollution. Others are focused on building new approaches to farming. And I remember one of the presenters speaking about how do we revolutionize the space and not necessarily stick to the way of how we regularly do things, but try to find new and innovative methods of improving our farming. And this, of course, is being done from the ground up, so bottom up, and it's enabled by AI. So Plenty and AeroFarms are in fact pioneering vertical indoor farming using computer vision, which was mentioned in some of the presentations before, to optimize nutrient inputs and increase yields in real time. So we recognize that all of these different applications have sought to, utilize different inputs to see how best they can alleviate pests, how they can foster better usage of water, how do we reduce, wastage, and all of these have been especially important in the face of agriculture. So while AI-driven indoor farming is unlikely to feed the whole planet by 2050, the more of it that we can do, the better. And the most advanced AI-enabled operations are estimated to produce over 20 times more food per acre than traditional fields. And it's not only being used to improve agricultural productivity, but to take on one of the most environmentally damaging parts of the food sector, which is meat production. And so we see companies like Fazenda in Brazil and Natco in Chile that have been developing tools using AI to analyze plant data to see what the best approach is to replicating the texture and taste of meat. Now, one important point that I'd like to note before I close is that in the AI conversation, we have to make sure that we take into consideration the context in which a lot of our farmers, you know, operate. And in Jamaica, we are well aware that a lot of the farming systems are fragmented and driven primarily by small scale farmers who cultivate, you know, less than 5 acres. So for us, in implementing or wanting to promote AI, we have to take into consideration the fact that some of them are already resource poor, and they will tell you that, oh, you know, a lot of the activities I do are pretty much to be able to ensure the sustenance of, you know, myself and my family. So if we are to promote these, we have to take those things into consideration. And one of the things that I think would be useful is promoting collective rather than individual action. Whereas mentioned before, we seek to promote these sorts of collaborative efforts. How do we get researchers into communities to work with some of these cooperatives and these community-based groups to, you know, foster research that is a win-win for everyone? How do we incorporate the farmers into the process, you know, taking again into consideration the fact that many of them won't be able to afford a lot of these on their own. So how can we, you know, create that space for collaboration, for having them group resources together and tap into some of these? And also, how do we seek to promote these among some of our larger, more commercial farmers who may be able to, you know, tap into these and, you know, make better use of it while helping to promote food security? And one important thing that we have to consider is also, how do we incentivize individuals who seek to also go forward and utilize some of these? So as I said before, context is important. The spaces in which our farmers operate is important. And if we are to indeed have useful uptake and use, we have to give considerations to how we group individuals and create resources and, you know, create opportunities for partnerships with a lot of our international partners as well as our research institutions. So in concluding, I'd just like to leave us with a few thoughts. So improving the food system across Jamaica, the Caribbean, and across small island developing states in particular is going to be important if we are to achieve the SDGs, but it is just one of many ways that AI is helping to usher in more equitable, sustainable world that the SDGs envision. And while no one technology is going to solve all the world's problems, particularly as we seek to move towards, you know, attainment of our sustainable development goals, we will require ambitious government policies that incorporate commitments and individual and collective actions in addition to new technologies. And we also need to use every possible tool at our disposal. And, you know, with AI becoming more powerful every day, we should see how best we can utilize our eco-innovators and entrepreneurs to focus on new ways to utilize this technology to address not only our agricultural and food security related issues, but those that affect society on a whole. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening in. I do hope that I was able to contribute, you know, usefully to the conversation, and I look forward to the follow-up questions afterwards.
Thank you very, very much, Janelle. Janelle was actually one of the represented Jamaica 2 years ago at the UN Climate Talks. You know, she was a youth representative there. Thank you. I would like to open the floor now for questions. Cordell, perhaps you need to guide me. Do I?
Yes, we have some in the Q&A. I don't know whether you've been checking that. They come in the form of comments to one of our regional difficulties is the failure to remembering things, jumping to new ideas. I wonder if this could be an area for research and development, which is in a sense questioning technological determinism, it seems. So we might want to get a response to that one. And there's another from another question for, oh, but that's for Deidre Williams, who I think is an attendee.
Right, and the other question here is looking at we're a large ocean state, not a small, like why am I missing the importance of SDG 14 and AI use here? As stated by a panelist, there's only so much land space we could use AI for. So there are those two questions in the chat. If persons, are they able to put up their hands if they want to ask directly and we acknowledge?
Well, we prefer if persons type the questions in the chat. That is more in the Q&A. That is more manageable. So we could move on to the next speaker if you wish, and then
No,
just
just a couple comments though before we move on to Professor Lloyd Weller. We'll have Professor Weller, then Mr. Valentine and Dr. James Williamson. But I just had a couple quick comments to put forward. I'd love to hear from David. He spoke about the data sources that were, I was wondering about sharing of information with the farmers, whether or not there was any resistance to using technology, because I know in the Caribbean, many farmers are a bit skeptical about, you know, this fancy technology, as they may call it. So what has the reception been like on the ground? And whether or not you've established any partnerships in the Caribbean to do similar work. So that's for David. For Rakesh, I wanted to know the digital literacy among farmers. Are you aware of any initiatives in Trinidad working on, you know, that we could maybe look at as a best practice? So those were two quick things that I wanted to just throw out there before we move to the next presenter.
So I can answer about the reception by farmers, and also address this point where I said the middle of nowhere. That was not meant to be pejorative. It is truly the middle of nowhere. There's no infrastructure, there's no university, there's no cell towers, etc. And 88% of the farmers in one county are less than $1.80 a day. And so my point there was just to say, if it can work in those locations, it can work anywhere because it's designed to be offline. So how do the farmers respond to this fancy technology? Well, extremely well. They're starved of knowledge. They're business people. They're super smart. They know what they want to do. And now that they have a smartphone that we provide them with the app, these are often semi-literate individuals, less than $2.50 a day, predominantly mostly older women above the age of 55, about 80% are women. And so they respond extremely well and they experiment. So some of our farmers have used a tool in ways that we had not thought about to increase their yield by about 160% in a single season. And so knowledge always opens up doors and breaks down barriers. We've seen that all over the world, and that's what's happened there. So I think it's a resounding and powerful and important message that we came away with.
And partnerships in the region, any possible?
Yeah, I mentioned this in the chat. USAID are doing this innovation lab, a $39 million venture, and one of the countries is Haiti. And so if anybody had contacts there, it's one of the Feed the Future countries. But more broadly, obviously as a university based in the United States, we'd be really keen to work across the Caribbean. So I'm really happy to begin that. We're sort of pulled in, but if we can have university partnerships, students, etc., we can provide support to help them learn how to do this themselves. And that's the whole point of university education.
Fair enough, fair enough. Rakesh, just sharing if you know of any collaborations with the digital literacy and initiatives there. You're still mute, we're not hearing you.
Okay, yes, I think that should be better now. Yeah. Yeah, so far nothing that I am aware of, right? So I don't believe there are any initiatives that are currently being done with respect to that. And I think that is really somewhere that we should probably put some focus on to in the near future.
Okay, so that's a gap and an opportunity that we can look at moving forward.
Yes, most definitely moving forward.
Okay.
Definitely, there is digital literacy work going on in Jamaica, for example. But the question is whether there needs to be focused, targeted attention to specific industries and sectors, and not in the broad sense of how we utilize technology generally for human development. Incidentally, Indy, it's Professor Waller, Lloyd Waller.
Okay, okay, thank you. And actually, I would just ask us to hold the rest of the questions because I see the chat lighting up, some more comments coming in. But I'm aware that Professor Waller has another engagement, so I would invite him to share now. We will take the other two presentations and then we have a broader discussion. Professor Waller, over to you.
You're muted, Prof.
Prof, we're still not hearing you. Please unmute.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. 1 second. Let me get back into.
If you could project a bit as well, Prof.
Well, I'm trying to get back in my PowerPoint slide. All right, I'm good to go now. Share. Perfect. All right, good. All right, so my name is Lloyd Waller. I'm a professor of digital transformation policy as well as governance at the University of West Indies, Mona, and the executive director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, where we have been doing a number of research projects as well as specific projects, targeting different aspects of tourism resilience using AI in some instances. So I just want to go over this PowerPoint slide here today. Let's put up this right here. So global travel and tourism before COVID had indicated that, or suggested, or the data had suggested that global travel and tourism had significantly contributed to the economic development of various countries around the world. So much to the point whereby today, tourism is now required as a significant contributor to the development paradigm and to the development of countries. And in some instances, many countries are now using tourism as a component of their development planning strategy. It has not, and you, of course, and we know there's the United Nations World Tourism Organization, which is also an indicator of the importance of tourism today. And if you look at the figures here from this particular slide, you'll see that tourism is a substantive player in the world market today. I mean, last year alone, well, before COVID in 2019, there were 8.9 trillion contribution to the world. It contributed $8.9 trillion to world GDP, 10.3% to global GDP. 330 million jobs were from tourism up to January 1, 2000 last year. And one in every 10 jobs across the world is based on someone who is doing some work or some aspect of tourism. And I don't necessarily mean tourism in the tourism value chain, those linkages as it relates to tourism, but tourism proper. We're talking about attractions, we're talking about hotels, we're talking about airline travel and so forth. So the conversation about AI, it's important to recognize that AI is a driver, so to speak, and it's really about data. AI is really about data. And we have different aspects of how the data is seamlessly interconnected with other aspects of how AI facilitates or expands the range of options or opportunities of different types of technologies, whether it's protocols, hard technology or hardware, as we usually call it, or additional software. AI, for the most part, is usually the driver. So when we talk about AI, we're not talking about AI by itself, we're talking about AI, we're talking about how AI enables or enhances mobile phones. We talk about how AI scales or contributes to API services or microservices, to cloud technology, to blockchain technology, to the Internet of Things. AI drives most of these things. And I had to bring these up because in the presentation, we're going to be talking about different aspects of AI, specifically different aspects of AI as it relates to what we're doing here in the Caribbean. And some of the things that we're going to be talking about, blockchain, cloud technology, the Internet of Things, I may refer to them specifically, but I'm also referring to them within the context of the application that is driving them. And I just wanted to get that out there. Now, the truth is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the world has actually entered into the fourth industrial revolution. And I mean, to be quite frank, if 2020 is a clear indication, we all had to scurry back to our homes and use these technologies to engage in social life, in work life, in leisure life, in all aspects of life or world life itself. And this fourth revolution is characterized essentially by the rapid development the diffusion of innovations, the diffusions of digital, biological, physical worlds, as well as the accelerated utilization of technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, 3D printing, the Internet of Things, and other advanced wireless technologies. So what with this phenomenal growth in technology, especially in the last year, especially in mobile phones and connected technologies, social networks and big data analytics have become a critical component of social engagement and how persons interact and so forth. And in the tourism industry, this is actually the case. And if you look at this map here, the second chart, when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and we look at all of the things that are affected by it: agile governance, inequality, innovation and productivity, ethics and identity, and so forth. All of these things, to be quite frank, are aspects of tourism. Tourism is one of those industries that, though private for the most part, there's a recognition of its importance, its critical importance to countries. And as a result of that, there's a partnership. It's the purest of partnerships, PPEs, that you can recognize between governments and private sector entities.
Prof, excuse me 1 second. We're being asked if you can put your presentation on slideshow so that persons can see it fully. Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Are you seeing it now? You're seeing it now?
We're seeing.
What we're seeing is the PowerPoint.
Not this. It's not on slideshow, so you're not seeing the full slide.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna do it this way here. This is good to go. You can see from here.
Yes.
That's fine, Prof.
Yes.
Okay, this is okay. Good to go. All right. I was on this particular slide. Yeah. So we're good to go. So there's that recognition of the important role that that these technologies add to tourism. The truth be told, AI, or digital transformation, is not new to tourism. We've been here before. There are a number of firms that I personally engaged with as it relates to establishing or working with the government, working with our center, working with private sector companies here in Jamaica. And these are overseas firms, but there are also firms here in Jamaica that like Digicel, for example, not necessarily calling a company name, like Digicel, for example, who are working with hoteliers and attractions with their AI portfolio. So it's not a new phenomenon, and as a matter of fact, it will get a little bit much more substantive going forward, because largely as a result of the fact that we have to be dealing with post-COVID related activities and so forth. So we're continuing. So artificial intelligence, for the most part, 1 second. Artificial intelligence, for the most part, is not a new, as I said, it's not a new concept in tourism, and it's actually expanding more and more. Even today, this morning, I had a conversation with a company called Item Technologies, and I think they're the ones who, well, they said that they're the ones who made the augmented reality component of one of my favorite wines, which is 19 Crimes. And they want to be able to use technology as a means of helping tourists to understand the different sites. So if you come to Jamaica, and I think one of the presenters actually had this image in their presentation, we have some fantastic murals in Kingston as a part of our art walk. And what the problem is, the murals, abstract as they are, it's very difficult to understand what the meanings they imply and so forth. So what he has proposed that he wants to do is that once you take your mobile phone and you hover the phone over the mural, you will pretty much get your phone will actually tell you the story, of that particular mural, what it's about, what is the contributive value. So it's important. So Cardinal, would I be able to pull up some slides here?
Yes, time is of the essence.
Yes,
but,
you actually have
important.
just 2 minutes left. But go ahead.
2 minutes there. All right. Let me just quickly go here. All right. So so COVID-19 has significantly contributed to how digital transformation has expanded. It was meandering in 2019, early 2019. It pace. It just accelerated significantly mid-2020. And as of 2021 right here now, if you're even following Bloomberg and looking at the stocks, you realize now that digital has now become a popular activity. Hold on, let me just, 1 second, Corey. I'm just trying to pull up this slide that I'm talking to you. Has actually become a substantive digital activity. Now, I would like to, since I can't pull it up, I would like to pull up this particular slide here. Hold on there. Anyway, all right, Carly, I'm sorry, I can't pull up the slide. So let me just go as fast. I can't pull up the slides, so I'm just going to go as fast as possible. So undoubtedly, the ubiquitous disruption of the traditional modes of doing tourism-related interactions and service delivery, the consumption patterns among the different governments, the businesses, the citizens, all of this has been heavily impacted by the pandemic, and travel and tourism as well. Travel and tourism in particular, I must say, has been disproportionately impacted by the lockdowns, the use of social distance to maintain safety in the pandemic. And artificial intelligence has the potential, and has in some instances, to provide both economic and sustainable pathways for the travel sector in terms of moving them forward. And the combination of cross-cutting technologies offer solutions to the current challenges associated with COVID-19 with regard to the tourism sector. We have actually encouraged the use of, in certain hotels in Jamaica, for example, the use of artificial intelligence to gather information about how persons are crowded. So you get the wristbands that you normally get are now programmed to identify where you are in the hotel. So you can now look and see whether or not you may have 40 guests in one particular area. And at this specific time, you can now go to the guests and try to see how best you can encourage them to go somewhere else rather than being clustered. Because of course, we're trying to encourage social distancing. So that is one example of it. And this particular technology is a heat map that uses big data that is driven by artificial intelligence to locate the different persons. We also have other examples of technologies being used here in Jamaica that some of our clients that we've actually worked with as well, using technologies as it relates to keyless entry or touchless related entry, whereby persons can just approach a particular place and the same wristband will send a signal, the Internet of Things, in the different rooms about opening the door. You don't necessarily need to be having a little card or anything like that. You can just approach the door, push the door, but because your wristband is telling the door that I am the occupant of this particular room, I can push the door and go in. That band also helps you in terms of ordering food, and also you don't necessarily, when you go to the hotel and you sit in the restaurant, you don't need to be taking up the menus. You can actually use the wristband, and there is a particular component of the wristband that brings up the information on an app on your phone. So there are a number of different things that are happening specifically as it relates to AI and digital transformation. Of course, the new mantra is social distancing going forward. So a lot of the technologies that are now going to be developed as it relates to AI and tourism are going to be focusing on social distancing and the other aspects of managing the COVID-19.
Prof, excuse me.
10 seconds.
Yes, 10 seconds to wrap, please, because we are running a bit behind time and we have another shortly.
10 seconds. So in the final analysis, those in the travel and hotel industry who use these technologies to help customers through their difficult times are likely to bounce back more quickly. And evidence is also now suggesting that that is the case, that those who are employing these technologies are actually weathering better for COVID-19, not just in Jamaica, but other Caribbean countries and other parts of Latin America and the Caribbean. And going forward, AI will significantly contribute to the recovery of the tourism sector, which is something that we definitely need, especially for countries that, like us, which is a tourism-dependent country. Thank you very much, and apologies. I think I could have gone all day.
We thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I know that you won't be able to stay with us for the other two for the rest of this session. So I thank you for the time. I don't know. We have to actually move to Mr. Valentine. I will keep an eye if there are any questions for you in the chat.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Henkel. We're really running behind, need to make up time.
Are you hearing me clearer?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you, Henkel.
Go ahead. Yes, you're good.
Right, so, morning again, everyone. My conversation will be focused mostly on AI. So, just a little bit about background and some feedback, by the way.
Yes, excuse me a minute, Henkel. Could persons all keep your mics muted, please? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Henkel.
Thank you, Indy. So just a bit of background. I am a prostate cancer researcher. So I am actually in a lab where we've developed the first prostate cancer cell line from the Caribbean. And the development of this cell line was largely due to AI accessing the resources due to AI and data science and characterizing the cell line. So now we have a tool that will benefit research in the Caribbean and in the wider world, because now we have a tool that's one of 3 prostate cancer cell lines from males of African descent in the world. But I'll touch on that later on in this presentation. Let me get this going. So we've had several definitions of AI throughout yesterday's presentation, and some came up this morning. But as a researcher, I like to think of AI as a tool that allows scientists to go where they couldn't before and to do things that they couldn't, mainly because of limitations in terms of human resources, so manpower and human hours. And now we've seen since the integration of AI in medical research, where the scope of research has expanded tremendously. We're now producing medicine and therapeutics at much faster rates, where we are delivering more effective treatment options to patients directly. And so this is as a result of one main mechanism, in that AI deals with big data. So we are able to process large amounts of data as little of time as possible. So take, for instance, a regular patient goes to their doctor, their general practitioner. They're generating massive amounts of data at each step.
Sonia. Hello? Yeah.
I'm getting some interruptions.
Yes, somebody has their mic unmuted.
All right, let me continue. So as a regular person, you're generating massive amount of data on a regular basis. You go to your clinician, you have a clinical profile, you're generating urinary analysis, you're generating all sorts of data, your social media engagement, your interactions with other persons. All of this is data that can be plugged into complex algorithms, and associations can be made, and then AI can read those associations and produce assumptions based on those associations. And that's particularly useful for us as researchers and as clinicians. So I'm just going to point out some of the applications of AI and then look at the implications of those applications and what those implications mean for us as small island developing states. So one of the applications that I want to point out first is diagnostics, right? AI is a pivotal tool for diagnostics. So I like to think of diagnostics as the use of medical testing to identify a disease state or condition. And so one of the main applications of AI in diagnostics is through image recognition software. Now, clinicians and scientists can utilize images such as radiographs like X-rays, scans are just images of sites on a person's body. And those images can be plugged into complex AI systems that can make assumptions. So for example, if a person has a skin lesion, you have AI platforms out there now that can look at the skin lesion, an image of the skin lesion, and infer whether or not the skin lesion is benign or malignant. And these platforms are predicting whether are making assumptions at the accuracy of clinical certified dermatologists. So they are very effective AI diagnostic tools that are currently out there. Drug discovery, AI has tremendous applications in drug discovery. And let me point out, to develop a drug from the point of identification of a target compound to the point where that compound is approved for therapy costs on approximately $2.6 billion per compound, per drug. So that's a tremendous amount of money that goes into drug discovery each year. And let me further point out, only one in every 10 novel compound or target compound gets arrives to the point where it's approved for therapy. So you have several different compounds that are failing along the way, along the drug discovery pipeline. And so billions of dollars and trillions of dollars are lost each year. And not just money, but human resources, which is a very valuable component as well. And so with AI platforms, we are now at the point where we can identify the most ideal drug candidates. So we can make assumptions and see which candidate is worth exploring for future experiments. So we're saving human hours and we're saving money along the way. Clinical trials, recruitment has always been a major problem for clinical trials. How do we know that we are recruiting the most ideal patients for clinical trials, right? And so, as I said earlier, the average person is generating tons of data on a daily basis. Your clinical profile, your social media interactions, what you click on when you go on the web, all of these stuff, it's data and it's there. And if it's accessible, it can be processed. So using AI platforms, we can now make inferences on which patients are most suited for particular clinical trials. And even when recruited in the clinical trials, how are they responding to therapy? And just constant real-time monitoring of patients through the clinical trials and identification of whether or not the drugs are working favorably. And how can I mention medical sciences and AI and not touch on epidemiology? Now, for years, scientists have been predicting the pandemic in the near future. And we saw that in 2019 with COVID, right? And since the COVID outbreak, AI has been on the forefront of that fight. So through the development of diagnostic mechanisms, real-time monitoring of patients in hospitals, we have now systems in place where you can contact tracing is possible just through your phone coming in close proximity with somebody who would have had COVID or would have come in contact with someone that has already been diagnosed with COVID. So this real-time system allows real-time contact tracing and you can be notified just instantly, right? So all of these platforms are there. The vaccine development platform that was massively due to the use of AI platforms in modeling COVID-19 and inferring based on the data sets that they would have plugged in, right? So the applications are endless and there are several others, but in the interest of time, I can't touch on them. But something I want to point out, right? With any tool, there are good applications, but there are also implications. Think of it this way. Fire propels a rocket, right? But it can also burn down a forest. And so some of the implications of AI in medical science, we have privacy. And so with privacy, with AI in medical sciences, you have to consider that it is handling data. And most of the times it's data from patients, so clinical data. And so clinical data is private, it's personal data. So how do we protect the rights of the patients? How do we prevent persons from taking advantage of this data? But again, also on the other side, there are tech startups, there are AI startups, there are massive AI companies that want access to this data to develop tools that will benefit these patients. So how do we make these decisions? So these are some of the questions that are coming up as it relates to privacy and AI. Just the other day, there was a report from TechCrunch that reported a massive breach of the Jam COVID application where the data from over 500,000 persons was exposed. And so with more integration of AI, we'll see where breaches like this are occurring more frequently. So how do we deal with these breaches when they occur? So these are some of the questions that will continue to come up as we continue to integrate AI in our society. You have to consider regulations. So the fact that AI is directly affecting, in a clinical perspective, it's directly affecting patient lives. So it's affecting the medicine that they get, but it can also affect the decisions that surgeons, that clinicians make on a day-to-day basis. So how do we regulate the use of AI? To what extent do we allow AI to operate? How much is too far? So these are some of the things that we will have to look on in the near future in terms of regulation of AI. And we have to consider the laws in small island developing state governing AI. Can we develop our laws to match the speed at which AI integration is growing? Because I think Leslie said in his prior presentation that we have had a 6-year acceleration in digital outcomes just as a result of COVID-19. And it's not going to slow down, it's only going to improve, it's only going to increase. So how do we get our judicial system to the point where it can accurately regulate AI and the decisions that need to be made as it relates to AI?
Henkel, you have 30 seconds. Okay.
All right, so we also have to consider culture, right? If I'm a clinician and I've been honing my craft for over 30 years, and someone who has no experience in clinical practice of medicine develops a system that is supposed to guide my decision-making process and gives me instructions on how to act. So if I'm going to perform a surgery, it's going to say, cut this way or cut that way. I'm going to feel insulted. So we have to think of AI currently as a tool to assist, to aid, to empower medical sciences rather than to give instructions. And there's a need for AI literacy. So we have to think of introducing AI as a part of the curricula so that there's less hesitancy and there's less skepticism. Final point in there. So finally, another implication we have to consider is transparency, right? Now, if we don't understand what drives the different algorithms behind AI, we won't trust it. So if I'm a clinician and an AI platform recommends a particular treatment option, I won't trust it because I don't understand the different mechanisms. So there is a need for greater literacy, highlighting how these decision-making processes are done. And so at that point, and only then can we circumvent skepticism from the public, from researchers, from clinicians in AI. And in closing, one of the prior presenters, they drew on a Stephen Hawking quote that said, AI can either be the best thing or the worst thing to happen to the human race. But I'll add further. We are the ones that are developing AI. We are guiding its actions currently. So we have to decide in terms of regulation, in terms of application, and in terms of how far we allow AI to go. And that's my presentation. Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you very, very much. I see a load of questions coming in. And what I would ask you to do, Henkel, if possible, if you could answer some of the go into the Q&A and start answering some of the questions there, because I know time is tight and we may not get to answer all of them live. At this point, thank you very much though, excellent presentation. Dr. Shireen James Williamson, are you ready to rumble? Shireen, we're not hearing you.
I'm unmuting. I think you can hear me now.
Yes, welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And my presentation this afternoon is going to be on using AI for geoheritage and geohazard resilience. So I'll just jump right in within the interest of time. So my presentation will give you a little background as to why geoheritage and so on. There are some AI strategies, and then I'll try to pull a string through everything in the form of hopefully a quick conclusion. So in terms of background, why geoheritage? Well, we all know of stories that have been passed down from our grandparents and their grandparents before them. And some of those stories are anecdotal, but they also help to inform how we do things within our current society. If we look even as an example on even indigenous agriculture, a lot of that has been passed down, how some populations, how they deal with even climate effects and their own rotation in farming, or how they deal with their natural hazards. The connection between geohazards and geoheritage and resilience, well, if you have some prior knowledge, or at least how the ancestry dealt with some of these, then it can pass down through the society and give us more resilience, make us a bit stronger to deal with some of the effects of the current day. And how does it fit? Resilience is one of the main things that will help us to be able to surpass these sustainable development goals. And so I'm going to try within the context of the presentation to draw examples from as many of these as I can. But bear with me if I forget, because I'm thinking about the time. So some of the AI strategies that we can utilize within the context of geoheritage, geohazards, and resilience. We're looking at data collection, we're looking at data acquisition, we're looking at data mining. And to the end point of that, we're looking at big data. Augmented reality and virtual reality, we're looking at gamification, interactive TV, and feedback loops or complaint engines. So I will go through each one of these so you can see how their interconnectedness. So within the context of big data, let us imagine, for example, that we want to do some work on maybe vulnerability in Dominica of landslides. Sometimes we don't have enough data. Sometimes the information on the ground, we might have some geology, we might have some hydrology, we might have some rainfall data. But in order to do, for example, multi-criteria analysis, it becomes very, very difficult if you don't have all the criteria to put together to give you that model. Now, I'm suggesting that big data is not the solution, but could assist in this, because you can mine this data through maps and charts that are present on the internet, through photographs and other bits of anecdotal information that people have shared, let's say in social media, etc. And when this data is pulled together, you can utilize it in various aspects of these particular studies. And as such, it gives us a little bit more to chew on than just the bare bones that are left, or at least the bare bones that we started with. I have also, towards the end of this page, that geoheritage, sustainability, and the activities that bring us to this awareness and resilience. We have challenges, but if we look at all of the aspects, education is one of the most important aspects. And this gives us awareness, and this awareness gives us behavior modification, which in turn makes us resilient. So this is within the context of how I'm viewing it. In terms of AR and VR, if we go back to, I'm not sure if any of us are familiar with some of those documentaries about draining the oceans. This is where we've used virtual reality, or how the producers have used virtual reality to give us a snapshot of something we wouldn't ordinarily see. So we would be able to see what's happening on the ocean floor. We'll be able to see faults, and we'll be able to see subduction zones and all of this. We were able to see the Titanic. So it's very important for us to, in the past, we used to say, use your mind's eye. Well, now we don't have to use only our mind's eye. We can plug into AR and plug into VR to be able to see. There's a project in Europe, it's Erasmus 3D. And what it does, it allows students to learn about volcanoes by using virtual reality. So they're able to walk through, let's say, an area where there has just been an eruption or an ashfall, and they would be able to see the effects and what happened as a result of this eruption. So it brings them into an experience of something they wouldn't normally be able to see, because, I mean, face it, we can't go anywhere near a volcano when it's erupting, but this technology allows you to do that. Stanford University had the acidification of the oceans. And so you were able to use virtual reality to see man's effect on the ocean, what we're doing to the environment and what the possible results could be. There's nothing, this thing about a picture tells a thousand words. Virtual reality and augmented reality brings us into that kind of an experience. One, a closer example could be, for example, the 1907 earthquake in Kingston, or even the 1692 earthquake in Port Royal. If you were able to use virtual reality or augmented reality to be able to see the destruction, or at least to see what the city was before the destruction, and immerse yourself into that, then it gives you a different sort of an awareness of what was, what is, and what could be in the event of. And I think I'll just move on to the next slide. Gamification is something that I'm really excited about, and I think if we went into a sort of a game mode, much in the same way like Pokemon Go, if you guys remember that craze some years ago, when and of course it had its drawbacks, but we're looking at using geoheritage and geohazards. So you would be looking, for example, at a child being prepared for hurricane season, for example, and you would be able to pull up your smartphone and go through a supermarket aisle, and the game says that you are to select the items that that you would need in your hurricane kit. It would it would take a child to go outside and film something, and as you do that, and as you work through the games and you work through the decisions and you practice how to do things, it assists us in reducing our fears and building our confidence, and as a result making us even more resilient, because decision making is already within the construct of early childhood education and primary education. And if we take it all the way up through to university, these children are able to practice or put into practice a lot of these decision making. And so if we make these into games, then we're adding a new dimension. If we're going to have them learn within this online environment, then we need to reach them with this online material, with this, yes, we don't want them on the screens, but if the screen will give them a new awareness and plug into them the skills that they will need to go forward, then I think half the game is won. And of course, this can be done as a cohort, it can be done as a group, it can be done individually. And so the experience can build up. So interactive TV is the next one. And of course, a lot of people have smart TVs these days. And if you don't have a smart TV, there are ways to make them smart. And as such, we can use, for example, on demand to give us a lot of experience and a lot of plug-in. That word is, I like that word, a lot of plug in to a lot of the technology that we can use. So we have recommendation engines that will funnel information towards us. So if we were to create content locally within the region, we would be able to provide our own sort of on-demand service I'm going to use a word guardedly, infiltrate the population to ensure that they too are building their resilience from the content that they're exposed to. So I put Bear Grylls on here because his content really helps us, because there's in his programs, you have a decision kind of thing that you can make. So if you're looking at a hurricane, you're looking at an earthquake, you're looking at a volcano, you can make decisions in using your remote control to be able to move forward. And
Shireen,
AI, yes, ma'am?
2 minutes, 2
Oh,
minutes.
that's great. That's great. And so AI and machine learning can be used to assist in people being able to function in this particular way. Feedback loops and complaint engines, we can use this to drive big data. So where you have, for example, an NLA, the National Land Agency here in Jamaica, people would, they would send in messages about complaints about the road and traffic lights and all of these. There are lots of other information that we can collect. And when we collect this information, we're able to plug that in and utilize it in our models. We utilize it in basically putting together or planning information, for example, where shelters are located. If you can imagine being able to walk around with your smartphone or your tablet and it gives you a ping, and when you look at it, it tells you this is a shelter location or this is a good height if there's a tsunami warning or something. And so we really intend for this to drive a lot of changes in behavior and allow us to become a more resilient society. So how do these pieces all fit? I had a nice story for you, but I only have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna break it down real quickly. So first of all, we would like for our users to be engaged. We want them to be engaged to the point where they don't want to click away from this game, whether this user is a small child, their teacher, or their parent, right? In the same way people play Jewel Quest or Farmville or something. We want people to be able to connect, and we want to be able to use scenarios, and these scenarios can be IP based. So it can be, for example, country based. So when you sign up and you put your country, it will automatically funnel the kinds of experiences, the disaster experiences that would be within that particular locale. So for example, Jamaica would be earthquake and hurricanes, but the Eastern Caribbean, for example, Montserrat would be volcanoes, but we'd be able to plug in these particular scenarios and have these scenarios play out in different games. Now, of course, every game have rewards, and rewards come with daily challenges. So for example, the daily challenge could be to go out and take a picture of, some soil erosion or the crack in a wall or, a retaining structure, and you get points for this. But at the end of the day, we're still plugging in more data to be able to make more models, to be able to inform our population, so that at the end of the day, we are pulling together the geoheritage stories, we're pulling together the geohazard information, and we are plugging that in to individuals so that as they get older, as they continue to move through their learning and their knowledge and understanding of how things are, they become more and more aware of what's happening around them. And as such, they start to modify their behavior and the behavior of others. And through that, we become resilient. And I think I will stop there. So I want to just thank my two research assistants, Marcel Dunn and Georgian, because they have to put up with me every day. And I've left my email address just in case you want to continue this conversation. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very, very much, Shireen. I would like to thank all the panelists for some really insightful presentations. And I would like to encourage us to continue the discussions in the chat, because in the interest of time now, we actually have run out of time. We're running behind, and so we're trying to ensure that we catch up as best as we can. So if we can continue the discussions in the chat, we will have a session closer to the end of the overall presentations that's open, where we can pick up some of the discussions. But at this point, I'd just like to thank everybody for their participation and hand back over to Mr. Green. Cordell?
Thank you very much, Indy, and thanks to your panelists. That was an incredible session. At the end, we are going to have to reduce even the time for the open floor, but be assured that there will also be an opportunity for persons to answer a questionnaire which will follow after this forum, because there's so much information to feed into the preparation of of the policy brief. We thank you for your time, Indy, and thanks to your panelists for very substantive presentations. And so we move into what really is the final panel of presenters. This is looking at AI and the creative industries. And the moderator is Dr. Sonia Stanley Nair, Director and Senior Lecturer, Institute of Caribbean Studies and Reggae Studies Unit at the University of the West Indies. Following that session, we will have a short time for audience interaction, and then we get into the exclusive screening of the docufilm Coded Bias, which is a nice segue from the discussion on the creative industries. Dr. Nair.
Thank you very much, Cordell. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the distinct pleasure of moderating this last session. AI is right there alongside the CCIs as trillion-dollar industries globally. AI is expected to generate upwards of US $4 trillion by 2022. And the CCIs are in fact expected, well, they are worth $3 trillion globally, and of course growing. There are, of course, digital technologies, machine learning, AI, that are central to all parts of our lives, whether we know it or not. As we move to develop frameworks, whether policy or regulatory, for the Caribbean, it's important that we consider the CCIs, the practitioners, the stakeholders. Their voices must definitely not be left out. And so their perspectives are what we're here to hear today. The bios, of course, as with other panels, have been posted, are going to be posted in the chat. Am I being heard?
Yes, Sonia, please go ahead.
Oh, I was accidentally muted just now by the host.
Go ahead, please.
And so we will consider issues related to policy, ethics, and the distinguished panel consists of a number of practitioners within the creative industries, but also those who are working at the level of policy and institutional reform. Questions, let me remind everyone, can be raised using the question and answer function. We will also have an open session at the end for open engagement from the audience. So we will go straight into our panelists and their contributions. And we will begin with Andrea Dempster-Chung, who is Executive Director of Kingston Creative. Over to you, Andrea.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. And I'm just about to share screen and maximize the slides. So my name is Andrea Dempster-Chung, and I'm a structural engineer. I'm an executive director of an arts nonprofit called Kingston Creative. Now, art has been a relatively latecomer to the digital revolution, but we believe that tech will be a significant factor in how people experience art, culture, and cultural spaces within our UNESCO Creative City of Music, Kingston, Jamaica. So a little bit about who we are. Kingston Creative was founded in 2017, and our goal is to create an art district and creative hub in downtown Kingston to develop a healthy creative ecosystem and to catalyze growth in the creative economy. We are about using arts for social and economic transformation and as a route to achieving sustainable development for what is indisputably a very creative region. So we've developed partnerships with public, private, and third sector entities, including CBOs and arts organizations, and we look forward to gaining critical mass where the majority can see potential that really exists in our creative people and are willing to invest in culture as a driver of development. We aim to have impact in about 2 areas. The first one is placemaking, which is really cultural infrastructure development, and the second one is people development. So what we do is we produce art events like the Art Walk and the Meetup, We do cultural walking tours in communities. We've developed 65 new murals in downtown and other public art, as well as we develop training and investment for creative entrepreneurs. And we're embarking this month on a new 3-year project called Createch, which is a partnership with the IDB that we've been developing for about a year, and which starts right now in 2021. And its goal is creating market access for creatives through new immersive technologies and platforms. This is what will allow us to build the future creative city. So let's talk about what we've been doing in the past just to lay the foundation for this future creative city. First, we've been using an app called Artivive, which opens up new opportunities for artists. It animates artwork, it has image recognition, it puts humans in the virtual picture or video, so you can go into the animation, and that gives you a unique photo or video that people can share on social that promotes the venue, the artist, the artwork, or the city. It provides that image labeling, the link to the artist, their website, the music that might have been created in that place, if you can think of this as a mural on a historic site in downtown. And it provides that historical site information, including old photographs, etc. And this will help people to move through the 65 new murals in the city with an enhanced mobile experience and with a direct connection to the creators of the work and historical context of the city. We've also created another asset, virtual reality tours, that allows for virtual experiences that can be guided by live guides. It gives you shareable content and, of course, remote tourism earning opportunities like Airbnb experiences. The last asset is around this map. We've mapped around 40 cultural locations in downtown Kingston and Port Royal where established community-based tours and tour companies already exist. So this is definitely one of our assets. So the question is, in our future creative city, how can we build on these assets and not only use tech, but also employ technology in a way that positively impacts the inhabitants of downtown? So the first thing we'll be doing is creating the Art District app based on the map that improves and personalizes the customer experience of the creative city. This is part of the IDB project that we are starting this month. This has in-person and remote applications. In person, you can use the app to navigate cultural spaces, listen to a soundscape of downtown Kingston, watch videos for each location, see historical photographs, shop, or book a tour. The app will use voice recognition, collect data on customer habits, their comments, their ratings, and their feedback, and then use that data to make recommendations for curated travel packages and cultural experiences in the city. Remotely, the app can also be used by people who are not in the country or not in the city. They can be used with a live guide or just on your own, just browsing about and hopefully planning your next trip. And this is where we build on the asset of those VR tours that I mentioned that we are creating. Actually, I'll drop the link in the chat in terms of where you can see the first tour that has been done. So this is overlaid with a tour booking app where a digital agent or chatbot allows the booking of physical tours or remote guided experiences. This reduces human error and wait time as you can use your QR code for entry to the different venues. And frontline staff at the venues can be trained and empowered with insights and reviews so they can really personalize that visitor's experience. And then of course, number 3, it has to be linked to sales. So that at each location, you can have a personalized shopping experience. As you know, you can download some music or you can buy physical souvenirs. Things will be suggested to you for purchase in the eShop. So some key benefits that we expect to deliver in the future creative city powered by AI and technology are the image recognition, where visitors can access information from a scanned image of either a 2D mural or even a sculpture, 3D artwork. It can be a mural, a statue, or even the word theater. Number 2 is photos, where people can pose inside the image and share those photographs. Number 3 is education. You get to access additional layers of information through interaction with the VR. Labeling, when the camera is pointed, the AR app then displays a video on a label that gives details about the artist or the artwork or the architecture, which helps that artist to monetize. And then data collection. So data collection at the tour locations is critical. There's no more paper brochure. We would be encouraging all visitors to download the app and use the app so that we can digitally engage with otherwise anonymous visitors to the city to track insights and behavior and deliver an even better cultural experience. When you're dealing with the city, it's not like you check into a hotel. You don't have those people's names, information, address. So the use of the app is extremely important to capture this information. So in closing, why should we be using AI in our Createch project? First of all, it improves and personalizes the customer experience, leading to a curated experience of downtown, not just, visiting the same old venues, but personalizing it to your own taste. Number two, it streamlines the back-end business processes, making the frontline staff even more adept at delivering that best possible human touch, which is so important to authentic cultural experience, especially in Jamaica. And number three, it drives marketing and sales, which means more revenue for creators, which is essential. So this to me looks like a win-win-win. So hopefully soon your art walks in downtown Kingston might be enhanced with an audio conversation with an AI chatbot. Your virtual concierge can provide recommendations on places to dine, drink, or dirty wine, and it will all be linked to your favorite social network and shopping app. So we are definitely looking forward to the future.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Short, spicy, substantive. The three takeaways for me: monetizing the business of the creative city. And in fact, there are so many implications there: customer experience, placemaking, all implicating AI and policy development as we move forward. Our next panelist, Dr. Mariel Barrow, is Program Director at the Caribbean Development Bank in charge of the Creative Innovation Fund. Mariel, over to you.
You're muted, Mariel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to try and share my screen, so just give me a moment. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to give you the drone view: artificial intelligence and creative industries in the age of COVID-19. At the bank, we have the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, and we offer three grant streams: the Enabling Environment, the Data Intelligence grant stream, and the Improving Competitiveness of Creative MSMEs grant stream. Within the last grant stream, we focus on 5 priority subsectors: fashion and contemporary design, audiovisual, festivals and carnivals, music, and visual arts. Now, we're aware that the creative industries can have multiple definitions. So the definition that we are working with is the UNESCO definition that comes out of the UK Department of Culture. Those industries which have their origin in individual creativity, skill, and talent, which have a potential for job and wealth creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. And you'll see some of the headings of those areas there in the map. So AI and CI. Artificial intelligence makes it possible for machines to learn from experience, adjust to new inputs, and perform human-like tasks. I'm sure we've had several definitions of AI throughout this forum, so I'm not going to go through in detail. However, we want to think about how it is really used or how it can be applicable to the creative industries in particular. And there are 5 areas. It is through content creation, through information analysis, content enhancement, and post-production workflows, as well as information extraction and enhancement and data compression. So I think Andrea has really effectively addressed a number of these areas. But if someone is building from scratch, we need to know, okay, how do we go about monetizing and structuring how AI can be involved in our particular exercise? There's a precedent in history that we're looking at here, and it's the age of mechanical reproduction. You know, many of you who are maybe scholars would know Walter Benjamin's essay, The Art and the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, where really it was a scary time for them. They thought that authenticity of the work would be lost due to this ability to reproduce the work in print and so on. But we learned through that experience that, you know, there are benefits and their low points and their high points, their benefits and their pros and cons. So in this 4th industrial revolution, we're looking at artificial intelligence not simply on its own, but as part of an ecology of new technologies within this time. And it's important to recognize the variations that are possible in this, you know, plethora of technologies. There's initial resistance and fear, yes, but we can accept and embrace certain aspects of artificial intelligence in order to maximize it. But as someone said in a previous presentation, really to regulate what is happening with AI so that we protect ourselves. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on in this presentation. So the problematic is that it's decided that we can lose ourselves, we can lose the authenticity of human experience. But I think from Andrea's presentation, we see that, you know, there's a lot that can be registered through AI to enhance someone else's understanding of an experience in another country. So I want to touch a little bit on the family of technology and why it's so important to think about all the different elements in here. We have things like 3D printing and blockchain, which facilitates distribution and collection of data. And it facilitates trust and transparency by essentially mapping the practices of a producer. So for example, if we use blockchain technology to map the way that musicians produce their music and who are the persons who input into this music, right? It's the producer, it's the writer, it's the singer, it's the, you know, all the various elements of that music production. And then it's gonna go on to the stage, right? And who produces that video, the music video. So blockchain can map a series of processes accurately where those inputs cannot be changed. So then when we go back and look at it, we know exactly who should be given a particular share of that monetary gain. So blockchain is really important as a back-end technology in thinking about monetizing AI for the creative industries, as we don't want to lose the input of anyone. We don't want anyone to get lost in that process or not to be attributed in the way that they should be. So blockchain is also a really strong possibility as a back-end technology, thinking about AI in terms of, for example, providing financial resources to the creative industries. And that's obviously something that we're concerned with at the bank. The idea of providing a digital identity and credit histories for creative practitioners, mapping their spending, mapping, you know, what they use their money for when they get funds from a bank or when they get funds, you know, for a loan. It's going to create a digital identity for the practitioner. It's going to help us to understand exactly how the input is producing output for that creative practitioner, and thereby allow us not only to kind of predict the kinds of behaviors of different groupings of practitioners, but it's also going to allow us to then be able to be transparent about that so that we can grant funds to them and that they don't have to wait on getting a loan before they develop a credit history, which will allow them to get that loan. So there are a lot of potential facets that are really important in this blockchain when thinking about augmented realities, virtual realities, AI in the sector, and how we need to protect ourselves when content goes digital. So the consideration posed by AI for the creative industries is that creative is not just creative, it's creative content. So it's not just the creative industries anymore, it is the content and how we manipulate that content and that concept. So for example, AI can facilitate the multiplication of content in a specific way. You have the concept, which is the anchor, which is the seed, but then you have a series of things that can be produced from that concept. So for example, we had an accelerator for animation and game design. And we use that accelerator to not only create animated series, but game designs based on a singular concept. But that can be taken even further. We can get a book out of that. We can get an environmental campaign out of that concept. We can produce avatars in a virtual fashion show or fair platform. Sorry, there's ice falling off the book here. In that concept, so that we have, you know, a number of uses of that concept, and AI can help make that those uses. They can help them to multiply even faster, right? Within AI technologies or through AI technologies. So this background image here is created by James Hackett, and he's a Trinidadian fashion designer and artist, graphic artist, who has been using creating these avatars and putting his fashion designs on them and having them move around these virtual environments. So that's one of the uses of, you know, augmented realities, virtual realities, in the ways that our creators are trying to start to explore the possibilities. So here again, we're talking about the multiplication of content. Well, this is what I just spoke about in terms of the accelerator. We are also exploring, for example, doing a hackathon where we create a virtual reality online course in garment construction and fashion. So essentially someone will be able to walk into the room, and click on a certain area, and then it takes you into that design. It takes you into that forum where you're going to learn to do a particular kind of stitch, where you're going to look at others doing that stitch, where you are going to experiment in your own way, about using the materials that are available to you in that virtual environment. So these are some of the possibilities that we are starting to explore on our end, or that we are seeing some of our producers starting to explore. We are also doing a visual arts biennial, and that's going to be a transversal production where it's not taking the strictly visual arts approach, it's a STEAM approach. It's using technology, it's using engineering, it's using environmental resources to produce a visual arts biennial. So again, that's a multiplication of content, and AI can really amplify that. For example, in lieu of an online gallery platform, the partners will create an augmented reality platform where avatars can walk around an island and view works of art in different locations in the creation of a virtual state. So, it's an exciting concept. They're going to apparently also be using bio-nanotechnology, which is very new to me, so I can't explain it in depth, but these are some of the things they're going to begin to explore. So what we're really seeing here are the possibilities for AI in our context. But we have to talk about, as someone mentioned, regulation and protection. So intellectual property is also a really key concern in this rubric. Within SIF, we have what we call a community of practice, and we have a strategy for mitigating some of the challenges in the industry, through this strategy. So we have digitization as one of the first key areas, intellectual property, data collection, and knowledge partnerships, all of which I think you will agree factor into AI in important ways. Some of the intellectual property tools that we have created are, for example, an intellectual property toolkit for carnivals, for branding and commercialization of carnivals, which is going to be created by one of our grantee projects. They're doing a project on branding and commercialization of 3 carnivals in Dominica, Grenada, and St. Lucia. I believe you'll agree that if we don't get the intellectual property capture correct, there's a lot that can be lost in a virtual space, because of course it opens you to mimicry, it opens you to theft of all kinds, right, of your images. If you don't know how to create the right, whether it is on images, creating the right watermarks and learning how to protect that particular image as it begins to circulate online, these things can so easily be taken out of context and be replicated by other people for monetary gain. So we really want to stress that area of regulation as a concern while we get excited about the possibilities of AI. The two things have to happen simultaneously, and so that we can really benefit as well from the things that AI can capture for us. Again, as Andrea said, data collection is also a critical aspect of that, and we have several data collection projects ongoing. We've just awarded a grant for a data intelligence intellectual property accelerator, so they'll be doing a study as well as training persons on how to collect that data, copyright data, and so on in various countries across the region. We also have a festival tourism data collection project, which is a satellite accounting, and really is looking at the transversal nature of the creative industries. And of course, we're talking about the transversal nature here when we're talking about AI. Transversal really means the interconnectedness with another industry. So as the creative industries merges with technology in various ways, we need to capture what is the amplified value of that creative content, right? As well as, and how it compares to the value of the original product. Does it decrease the value of the original product, or does it increase the value of the original product, and how? And we have to be able to describe that, put that down on paper in terms of monetary value. In some cases, reproducing an image is going to increase the value of the authentic image, right, of the original image. But in other ways, it can decrease. And we have to know what's the difference between the two. In some cases, if you do a limited reproduction, it increases the value. But if you replicate it a little bit too much, sometimes it decreases the value, while sometimes it increases the value. What's the difference between the two? So while we are thinking about all the various possibilities about walking through the city, which I absolutely love, and we're going to want to talk to Andrea about that more, we also need to think about all the IP implications, and data collection implications of the back ends of these experiences. And as for me, I just wanted to give an overview in terms of our perspective on how we're treating with these advances in technology across the board in a strategic way as we can.
Thank you so much, Marielle. So many implications there from your presentation, and I hear the whole question of the enabling environment for the cultural and creative industries in the Caribbean emerging, because we stand to leave so many of our practitioners and stakeholders behind if we do not consider the role of AI in actually streamlining that ecosystem. But we're going to talk some more about that. Our next presenter is, oh my goodness. Okay, Leighton Paul Walsh. I went in a different order there because I'm looking at several screens. Leighton Paul Walsh, many of you may not recognize that name, but you must recognize the name Walshifier. DJ, MC, Grammy Award-winning record producer, member of Major Lazer. Over to you, Walshy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, hi everyone. How's everyone doing? It's good to be here. Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you so much, panelists and everyone attending. So I'll just keep it super brief. I think that would be the best thing to do, especially since Marielle and Andrea have really covered, in my opinion, everything that matters. There's not much more to say as far as what I would like to see. And my presentation would be about the entertainment sector and reviving live events in some capacity. I've done many, many, many virtual events, and over the last 11 months, it has been the most of them. And I've done them on huge budget scales as far as small ones. And what I can say is that the technology is moving rapidly. Every single time I do one, it's much different from the last one. And at this point, I've probably been doing them at least once a month, sometimes 4 times a month. I've done huge festivals online, as well as small green screen, just regular studio shots online. And the capabilities are endless. The investment is definitely needed. The returns are there for people who are thinking about investing or putting on something in that capacity. There is online pay-per-view returns to see artists perform or to throw events. Now, I do believe we need to get back to some form of actual outside people doing it the old way. But just in case that never happens, which is a reality, that could happen. We could never, ever, 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 ever get back to the way it was. I hope that everyone is preparing and is doing everything they can to be ahead of the tech curve as we are in the Caribbean and we are doing our best with our resources. It would be a good time for these kinds of discussions to hit the masses and to hopefully inspire people to engage tech, to create tech, and to fund tech, as that is definitely a pivoting point, a swivel that I believe everyone here agrees is unavoidable and would be in all of our best interests to get ahead of. And so, yeah, like I said before, I'm not going to say long. It's not going to be a long one. If you guys watched Andrea and Marielle, they really just said everything I was going to say, and they said it in great detail. And so I really do hope that everybody, I'll be here for the questions, of course, but I really hope that everyone has gotten a chance to see a live performance virtually. I believe Kes did one that I believe has been the best one I've seen from the Caribbean. If you didn't, it might still be living somewhere online, but KES did one. And I believe, as far as I can see, Trinidad has slowly become the Hollywood of the Caribbean when it comes to virtual online events. And of course, that only makes sense with Carnival, the production value that goes into Carnival, the stage that goes into Carnival. They're more than well prepared to build a set or to make a concept a reality. It's embedded in them to do this, to be the leader on this. And I have no problem with Trinidad being the Hollywood of the Caribbean at all. I just really hope that everyone supports it, understands that we all need to participate in this, and we're not going anywhere, so we will need to build the infrastructure locally wherever we are. Big up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Walshy. There is so much that's implicated when we talk about online events, utilizing the virtual and creating technologies that would support that. And I'm looking forward to, for example, seeing the technologies being developed out of the Caribbean to support some of what we do here. Our next presenter, last presenter, Octavio Culez, digital publisher, entrepreneur, and director of Teseo from Argentina. We're so happy to have you join us. Octavio, over to you.
Yes, hi, thank you, Sonia. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. As you said, Sonia, I'm based in Buenos Aires, so quite far from the Caribbean. And well, in a few minutes, I would like to say a few things about the opportunities and challenges of AI in the field of culture, and in order to later present a few recommendations for policies. So as we all know, AI is transforming almost every aspect of our lives, in health, in finance, in manufacturing, transportation, and also in culture. And within the cultural field, this is happening in every sector, in every creative industry. It's not just happening in music, it's also happening in publishing, in journalism, in audiovisual, in visual arts, in fashion, etc. It's also taking place in every link of the value chain. It's not only distribution, as we were used to in the past, because we were used to having algorithmic recommendations. So this was the most utilized technology of AI technology in the value chain. But it's also, the transformation is also taking place in creation. So artists, as we all know, are using AI to create. Also in production and distribution, as I mentioned, this is the area of the cultural and creative industries, the CCIs. And finally, in access. So the users are using AI also to have access to broader range of cultural goods and services. And it's also happening not just in every creative sector, in every link of the value chain, but also almost everywhere in the world. This is not a Silicon Valley phenomenon. It's occurring also in Asia, especially in China, in India, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in Europe, and in Africa. So this is a very, very powerful trend that will reshape the arts and cultural sectors as we know them. And opportunities are huge, as we all know. So if we start by artists, it's important to notice that the artists can have more inspiration thanks to the use of AI, because AI, for example, with techniques such as the GANs, G-A-N, that I'm sure many of you know, generative adversarial network. Well, this type of deep learning techniques enable artists to create hundreds or thousands of samples or drafts just to get more inspiration. So it's definitely a big opportunity, big advantage for our artists. And people with no artistic training whatsoever can also create art. For example, if I have no experience in orchestration or musical arrangement, I can use AI applications to create a symphony, a full symphony, For example, with applications such as Amper or Ava. For the CCIs, creative, cultural and creative industries, AI implies more productivity. Why? Because they can do much more with less. So with fewer resources, in less time, if you see, especially in visual effects, it's clear that working in the past, something that needed 2 weeks to be performed, for example, a visual effects, now may need a few minutes, just pressing the button. And then for the users, it's also a benefit because they, as I said, they can access a huge variety of goods and services thanks to the ability of AI to produce thousands or millions of billions of works of art almost automatically. So those are some of the opportunities, but there are also big challenges, and many times these challenges are overlooked in the discussion about how AI is having an impact on creativity. Artists. So the artist, it's true that somebody that doesn't have any artistic background can create a symphony with AI tools, but they need to know how to, they need to master these tools. And so they need training, they need the skills. And those who don't master those tools may be left out in the future. So, well, this is a huge discussion, especially in terms of the loss of jobs. Many people many artists or creative entrepreneurs may lose their job totally or partially in the future. Think, for example, of translators, proofreaders, designers, etc. IP is another issue. It was mentioned before. Who is the owner of a creation made by the means of AI? Who is it? Is it the person that used, like the final user? Is it the programmer? Is it the person that fed the machine with data in the case of machine learning? Well, it's a complicated discussion. And in the field of CCIs, well, the risk is that we may have in the future a dramatic economic concentration, because we all know that those who have the data to feed the machines, those who have the talents and the resources are not the small and medium-sized companies. Those are actually the big tech platforms, the global internet platforms. So economic concentration is another risk. And from the point of view of users, okay, yes, they will have access to a broad range of cultural goods and services, but there are several problems here. One is what is generally called the filter bubble. You know, this expression that refers to the fact that with, especially in social networks, we are more and more confined to our sort of bubble, which is a group bubble, and we tend to think the same as other people in the same group. Well, AI in the arts can lead not to a group bubble, but to an individual bubble, because maybe in the mid run or in the long run, big platforms will be able not just to display specific content, but also to create it, and to create it in a personalized way for a specific user. So what is society sustainable if we don't have a shared culture, if we don't have a common set of values? Well, this is in my opinion, this is a big challenge. And another challenge is related to this famous concept of biases. Biases are everywhere in AI: gender biases, ethnic biases, religious biases, and there is a big risk of having cultural expressions full of biases everywhere, and biases coming from different parts of the world and with no control whatsoever. So how can we now implement policies? How can we devise a comprehensive strategy in order to make the most out of the opportunities and also to mitigate the challenges? Well, in my view, it's important to work to have a twofold strategy, to work in two directions simultaneously in this field of culture and AI. One would be to bring AI in the cultural sector, It means to promote the awareness of this powerful tool, and maybe also the adoption of this powerful tool within the cultural sector. It implies that artists and cultural and creative industries will need access to training, more skills, and also to networking. It's not only about having more skills, it's also about knowing how to relate to AI developers, programmers, engineers. So networking is also key, training and networking. And for all players, users included, it's, in my opinion, it's quite essential to raise awareness of the risks of these tools. It's not, everything is not just about advantages, there are many risks, as I mentioned. And so bringing AI into culture, and the other way around, is bringing the cultural perspective in the AI field. So how can we raise awareness if we are, in general, when in the discussions about the future of AI, culture has a very, very tiny role. It's not generally being discussed, and it's essential. It's key, for example, in the discussion about the ethics of AI. We cannot have an ethical AI if we don't have cultural diversity, if we don't have the perspective of the artists, of the creative entrepreneurs, if we don't have IP, etc. So if we don't put culture at the core of the discussion, it's very, very unlikely that we will have an ethical AI. So UNESCO has been working very hard on this issue, and it's since 2018, 2019, UNESCO has been elaborating a global recommendation on the ethics of AI. It's a sort of comprehensive guide for countries willing to adopt AI in an ethical way. And you will see the first draft is online. I can share with you the link if you feel curious about the first draft. I had the opportunity to participate in the drafting. It was a group of experts, 24 experts from all across the world, from different backgrounds. And it was an absolutely fascinating experience. And you will see that the draft, the global recommendation by UNESCO deals with different strategic areas, and culture is one of them. So that's it, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Octavio. This is absolutely on point, your presentation, that AI literacy, digital literacy generally, digital networking, all of these things implicate the way in which AI must be part of what serves people and their culture. Yes, I'm not so sure how much time we even have, because I know that the panels were running out of time, but certainly maybe the organizers can guide us. Do we have time for any questions?
Yes, go ahead, Sonia. We have about 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much,
and
Cornell.
this panel has generated a lot of responses, as we would imagine. So let's go right ahead.
Comments and questions. I'm not so sure if I'm seeing any questions posted in the chat.
Yes, there is one. There was a question about the app, I think, that Andrea had been talking about. Yes.
Artivive?
Yes, and whether we have considered the implication for creative spaces and places.
Right. So does the app Artivive cater for the visually impaired persons? And then how does AI technology? That question disappeared.
Yeah, but I think we capture the essence of it.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just respond if that's okay.
Sure.
So Artivive, it's an app out of Vienna. They're coming from that side of the world. And it is an app that is designed specifically for artists to use to augment their own work. It does carry audio as well as video. So there would still be an experience for someone who is visually impaired, but of course it would not be, the full experience. And yeah, it's just a pretty flexible platform. And yeah, it brings a lot of this. It does work for a lot of different cultural spaces. So for example, an image of a street or a lane can then project theater production onto that empty lane. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a picture. It doesn't have to be, it can be a 3D model. It can be, as I said, a building, the Ward Theatre, and an old video of a production that used to happen inside the Ward can also be played. I wanted to just quickly touch on the issue of training has come up, you know, in terms of not exacerbating the digital divide and leaving communities behind. And we are investing, I think about 20 million, Jay, in training the creatives. What we're doing is exploring what happens at the intersection of culture and technology, creativity and technology, which is why the project is called CreaTech. And so a big part of that is training in IP, training in project management, because I mean, as soon as you add this technology, you're going to have a lot of different things to manage. Training in digital marketing, e-commerce, etc. So we're investing in training over the 3 years to ensure that as many people as possible can participate in this new future. And Heart is one of our partners as well, Sonia, in this training, as well as the IDB.
That's wonderful. And might I add that that's, you know, based on the future that we're looking at, that's a drop in the bucket. And of course, this has a lot of implications for policy. That training, the whole question of AI literacy, we stand to lose so many of our creatives, so many of our stakeholders. I mean, I think about the freelancers who are not even captured anywhere in the context of an artist registry. And this is why I went back to the whole question of the enabling environment, that when we think about AI, it must be part of the ways in which we solve the problems in relation to the enabling environment. That the artist registries, the culture satellite accounts, the ways in which we must move our Caribbean ecosystem, creative ecosystem forward, AI must be put to the service of that endeavor, so much so that we can see the results of that. Any other comments and questions?
Well, there was, Andrea, that dimension about picking up on the last point that called for respect for culture and cultural context, which I think is what might have been probed in that question about sacred spaces and places. It's going right back to AI ethics. And I think it's not so much a question, but a caution that as we deploy those technologies, we need to be sensitive to the intellectual property dimension, which had been raised earlier, and also the cultural aspect. So is everything to be captured and shared simply because the technology enables us to do that?
Only if it acts in service of those creators and that creative community. So, I mean, that's where we start from. We already have people operating these community tourism spaces. How can we assist them in being better at what they do, in reaching new markets, in offering a remote tourism service? If you can imagine, a place like Culture Yard in Trenchtown would have had very, very little business since COVID started. So how can this be used to help them to survive, you know, and carry on? So it would not be, it definitely not imposed. It has to be used in service of the artist, of the cultural space, and with absolute respect. That's a great point, because some spaces are not sacred to the viewer, but they're sacred to the people whose space it is. So it has to really originate from the creative or the heritage space themselves.
I want to go back to a point raised by Octavio and how that becomes something that's actually being tackled in a way by the Caribbean Development Bank and the Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, the whole question of avenues for distribution. When you think about Caribbean territories as, you know, Jamaica, Trinidad as examples, where the creativity quotient is perhaps highest per capita when we think about the population size, and you think clearly about the indigenous music, the forms of music, carnival, as exports traditionally, what are the opportunities there and some of the challenges in relation to avenues for distribution? So I wanted to throw to Marielle to think through with us how it is those avenues for distribution could either or have been funded through accelerators and so on. You're muted, Marielle.
Sorry about that. Great that you asked that question. So one of the things that we are about to roll out is a festival protocol consultancy. Because within the context of COVID, of course, we are basically running carnivals online, which is unprecedented. And you know, as the effects of COVID continue to be seen, but hopefully will lessen over time, I expect that these there will be kind of hybrid versions of these carnivals where it's partly in person and it's partly online. And you'd have fashion shows that are partly in person and partly online. So this festival protocol consultancy is really supposed to bring together festival producers, health experts, and so on, to develop a protocol to think about exactly those things that you have covered. So, I mean, I don't want to speak in advance of that as to what those things are, but I do believe that we have to think carefully about how we go about planning for those times. And so we are looking at it as a transversal project, as we think it should be, because the creative sector doesn't only involve creatives, it involves transport, it involves, you know, now health, it involves so many other factors. And we want to bring those participants together to really think about what they want to see happen in the future. I think, yes, Trinidad from all reports has done an excellent job of creating an online carnival that people still seem to have enjoyed. And you would see a lot of persons sharing their carnival pictures online, which is their way of kind of, you know, repersonalizing the experience. So I think all of these elements have to be captured for us to think about, you know, what are the next steps? And I mean, while I know that carnival still happened in some form or fashion, I am not certain about the reports on how financially viable these these exchanges were. You know, was it to some extent, you know, an act of love by our creative producers to continue in the face of, you know, immense adversity? And I suspect, well, I know in the sector that a lot of the online productions have been acts of labors of love. You know, where artists have produced, you know, again, I refer to James Hackett because I think he's one of, you know, he's on my timeline, and he's a very creative, really, you know, forward-thinking individual. He produced something called Rona Diaries. And so he started to market his work by using his personal experience about the you know, the COVID-19 and selling that through his work, kind of like, have a seat on this beautiful chair while we think about if today is a good day or a bad day, and making it very, very real for us. So he not only endeared us to himself, he endeared us to his work, and you know, created a whole kind of other market, other reality for his work in that way. And this is the same person who I was showing with the you know, with the avatars. So I don't want to speak to music because that's not one of my core areas of expertise, even though I am dealing with the sector at large. There's some sectors that I know more intimately. Music is an extensive sector, and I really love to leave that to the musicians to talk about and for us to support, because I think they are really their best advocates in that regard.
I see a comment, well, a question from Hyacinth Bramble Brown. I think we've more or less covered it. Many of these online carnival festivals, they can make money via pay-per-view, but we haven't necessarily been tapping into this yet. And I know, for example, that we are looking to developing those avenues of distribution to be able to monetize them appropriately. And I want to just thank you all. Oh my goodness, this has been a really exciting panel.
Sonia,
yes?
Sorry to interrupt you, but could we, there's a question that came up in the chat for Walshy Fire, whether he has any comments regarding AI creating music. I wonder if we could just have him weigh in on that before we close out the session.
Walshy?
Is he there? It seems we have lost him. Okay.
No, he's online, perhaps just muted. Walshy, are you there?
All right, let's go on. We can pick up on this when he returns.
All right, so I really want to thank you all. I don't see any more questions and comments, but I certainly am open to any comments that you panelists may have in closing as we leave this session. And I'll throw to Octavio, just in terms of, reflecting on publishing, reflecting on the whole question of the ecosystem and ethics, because we haven't really talked too much about the ethics in question. You're muted, Octavio.
Oh, sorry, I lost the sound for a few seconds. So you were saying publishing ethics and AI?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Perfect. Well, publishing is changing really, really fast. And for those of you that are working in publishing or journalism, you will see that it's, well, recommendation algorithms are everywhere. Social networks are a branch of publishing. But if you work in book publishing specifically, there are lots of new tools that are amazing. For example, to extract metadata automatically from a book, and to also for the design of the cover, etc. So it's moving really, really fast. In terms of the ethics of AI in the publishing field, I see the main problem here. I would say that, yeah, is the problem of biases, because when you feed the machine, the biases are especially embedded, are not just embedded in the algorithm, the way it was built, but also in the data that other people use to feed the machine. And nowadays, especially in Latin America and in Spanish-speaking Latin America, where I come from, there are not many solutions of AI in publishing, or the ones that are in the market doesn't work very well, because it's English is the main language used to feed the machines. So I see there another ethical issue. How can we do in different parts of the world to make sure that not only our language, but also our cultural perspective is taken into account in the solutions that are available for the users? So otherwise we will all be using tools and technologies that are absolutely stereotyped and that convey this type of biases that can be very dangerous sometimes.
Octavio, I've been sitting here reflecting on one of the points you raised as well, the whole question of networking. And that has so many implications for the best practices that are already on the ground in some spaces that we must be able to share in order to move our societies forward, not only in relation to the cultural and creative industries, but all of the discussions we've had in the context of this forum. And so if we do not reduce the barriers that prevent us from sharing and networking, some of these include language barriers. There's a lot of training, therefore, that we will have to do in order to be able to communicate across even language divides. And that's an area that AI can, in fact, support. So I always go back to the enabling environment. And I think that's something that we need to absolutely consider, because, AI is coming on top of a world which has had biases, which has had challenges. And so AI needs to be put to the service to be able to continue our fight against some of these challenges that we have had. And so I want to thank you all. This has been an exciting, exhilarating panel. There's so many implications. And of course, we're talking about an ecosystem, that AI does not exist outside of the context of an ecosystem, an interdisciplinary ecosystem that we must be able to look at through different disciplinary lenses and through different sectors. And I think that's all that we've been sharing in the context of this forum. I want to thank the Broadcasting Commission. I want to thank UNESCO. I want to thank you, panelists. It has been my pleasure to be your moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you, panel. That was excellent. Walsh just sent a note saying he had to go get a package. I'm not sure whether he's back, but we certainly would like to hear his comment in response to that question about artificial intelligence creating music. I'm going to be joined now by Isabel, Sasha, and Erica to close off before we get into the screening of our film, and to pick up on something that Walsh Fire said. He didn't quite complete the point, but in a sense, there was a caution about the synthetic cultural experience. He didn't put it in those terms, but he was making an appeal that as we deploy the technology and get accustomed to this digital space and feel, there can be something synthetic about that. And he was yearning for us to get back to the real. So I don't know, Sasha, that could be the first poll question, whether our attendees believe that infusing artificial intelligence will enhance the human creative experience, will enhance human creativity. Could we get your responses to that one? Do you believe that AI will enhance is what we're getting at, human creativity, or undermine? So we're getting most persons saying will enhance. And in a sense, that's logical, because the one thing we shouldn't lose sight of is that artificial intelligence did not come from outer space. It is actually a manifestation of human creativity. Do we have another question, Sasha, for the attendees before we ask Erica to give us just her perspective on the day? Isabel to close, and then we get into the screening of the film.
Yes, the final poll that we'll share with everyone is around sustainable development, which I think is why we're all here. So, do you think the risk associated with AI outweigh the benefits for Caribbean sustainable development? Okay, so we agree that there are opportunities for us in this space, and we've talked a lot about the opportunities and the challenges, and we've talked a lot also about low-hanging fruits, and we can think on that, and I'm sure Erica will give us a nice conclusion. And
yes, we are prototypes of human system interaction. The Trinidadians gave us the PAN, I think recognized by the International Society of People who look at physics as one of the greatest acoustic inventions of the 20th century into the 21st century. And we definitely have a global cultural footprint that bears no relation to our size and economic ranking. So now is our time. Walshy, could you just respond to a question that was asked? Do you have any concerns about artificial intelligence being infused in the creation of music and how it will impact on human creativity?
Concerns, no. Will it happen? Absolutely. I'm not concerned about it though. It's an unavoidable thing. Will we have robots making millions of dollars with packed concerts? Absolutely. It's already happening. Will we have singers who cannot sing? Absolutely. Yeah, there's no concern because this is not avoidable. It's just to participate. Either you're going to be in it, I'll make some money, or you're going to be not in it and be vexed at what's happening. Those are the only two choices. This is going to happen regardless of whether we like it or not. There's no stopping it. They already have Instagram accounts of fake AI people that have millions of followers. And I can honestly say I don't get it, but I understand that the people who are here talking right now are not the consumers of music right now. We are the people who probably invest and do a lot of other things, but the actual consumer of music is a 15-year-old girl. That's the consumer of music. And so knowing that if they begin to like the AI performance much better than the real performance, sorry for whoever is in that space as a real performer, the AI will just take over. And
you don't believe there is any basis though on which we should think about it ethically, meaning are we absolutely comfortable with, and now we come to the Grammys and we're going to decide Song of the Year.
Right.
Is Walshy Fire up against AI Fire.
Mhm.
And the winner is
AI Fire.
AI Fire, who
Every time.
produced 1 million albums.
And that's my fault. That's my fault. I should have gotten an AI to sing my songs and to lead a community of people against that AI. Either play the game or leave it alone. Ethics, I think we're way past the question of ethical. We've been unethical for so long right now. Think about our music that we listen to right now. The topics, killing black people, disrespecting women. We listen to it. We've gone past ethical a long time ago. So whatever is to come, it's going to come. Whatever will be, it absolutely will be. And so again, there's space in it for people who make apps, who make technology, who are a part of the virtual game. But if your moral compass does not allow you to receive clients doing AI entertainment, then cool. Don't.
Very interesting point. The dialectic. It never ends. As long as we're human beings, we're going to have this debate.
Yeah,
with or without AI being present.
Very true.
Erica, your closing thoughts?
Well, it has been a fantastic 2 days. Cordell, congratulations to you, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, and also to the UNESCO Cluster Office here in the Caribbean for really being a catalyst for bringing us all together over these 2 days. I want to just give a quick wrap up of what we heard today, because I want to get us directly in over to Isabel so that we can also get our movie screening started. I'm very excited to watch that. So in session 1, you heard from me moderating this session, and we learned that AI is a huge commercial business opportunity. We heard from panelists in specific industry sectors. We talked about use cases. We heard about some specific things that entrepreneurs are doing, such as Leslie Lee Fook and Nicholas Key. We got excited with Professor Mars, who shared his success with AI and really the power of connecting to the diaspora. Ms. Rem Sundar challenged us to think about competition. And that discussion that we just had on Walshi Fire versus AI Fire is a perfect example of potentially what we'll have to think about in the future as far as competition. So the next session was chock full. It was a session that was focused on AI for sustainable development. And we had experts from Professor David Hughes, who shared with us how AI is changing agriculture in Africa. And he helped us to understand that we can use AI here in the Caribbean as well. Mr. Rakesh gave us some great examples about agriculture, aquaculture, and food safety. Professor Lloyd Waller came in and linked AI to tourism, and he assured us that AI is being implemented in the tourism sector in the region, and that we should be thankful because the sector is just a very important sector for us. We have to continue to enable the digital transformation of the tourism sector. Our young scientist, Janelle Waller, gave us a very passionate presentation on AI, agriculture, and food safety. I mentioned in the chat that we are in good hands if we have her knowledge and expertise as a young person representing us in the future. Mr. Valentine got the QA and the chat rolling with the discussions regarding AI in medicine. He spoke about the power of AI in all aspects of medicine. And I was actually particularly impressed to hear about the prostate cancer cell line that has been developed using AI, because I think this is a great example of the personalized data coming from the region that we can develop. And Dr. James Williamson from the Mona University painted a very thorough picture of AI and how the various pieces can come together and how the Internet of Things is actually a part of that. So thank you to Dr. Williamson for that. I'd like to also thank Indy for being the moderator on this very, very exciting session. Then we just ended with our session on AI and creatives, moderated by Dr. Naya, and we loved hearing all about the work that Kingston Creative is doing to enable creative tech in the city of Kingston. We're very, very proud of Andrea and her leadership and her team there. And I know I'm looking forward to engaging with the app and to find out more about the city that I never knew. Also, I want to note that Andrea has invited everyone to collaborate with her on the new app. I think she left her email in the chat. So please make sure that you can follow up with Andrea to see how we can contribute to that. Projects like that are actually blueprints, right? So Andrea is the first adopter. She's going to help create that, but certainly if she's successful in that area, we should be able to take that model and broadcast it in other areas. Next, we heard from Dr. Mariel Barrow, who made a great case for AI in the creative industries. I was excited to hear you talk about fashion and AI and how we can use 3D modeling to totally transform the fashion industry. And also your examples of how we're going to amplify content, our 3D virtual world, being able to use that to explore our islands. It's definitely painting a vision for our future. In addition into that discussion, we got into talking about intellectual property and how important that topic is for us here in the region. And I note that recently in the last year, there's been some decisions in the United States about allowing AI to get patents, or patents as we call them here in the region. For now, though, only humans can get those patents. But you know, we're needing to see how we're going to treat with these developments of intellectual property that are either developed or co-developed by artificial intelligence. Walshy Fire gave us the impassioned talk about, and as Mr. Green said, don't forget about the human touch, and we do need to see how we're going to integrate online versus in-person concerts for the future. And Walshy also said that he wanted to make sure that in the Caribbean, we're in front of the tech curve and not behind it. He mentioned Trinidad becoming the Hollywood of the Caribbean with these online events, and we are certainly willing and able to stand behind any of our islands in the region and help build as we can. And of course, for that, we're going to need the local infrastructure as we talked about earlier. Octavio came on from Buenos Aires, and he talked about AI going throughout the creative industry, not just in the distribution value chain, which I think was a very important point. So now we're seeing AI going into the creation. We just talked about creating music with AI and into production and distribution. Octavio also said this is not a Silicon Valley phenomenon. So I took that as, you know, us here in the Caribbean, we shouldn't be afraid. This is not something that is inobtainable for us. And it's a very, very powerful trend. Octavio also came back and told us about bias. You said bias is everywhere in AI, and we have to be careful of the risks that we have with our cultural expression being full of bias. And we need to make sure that we're promoting awareness of the powerful tool in the cultural sector. This is the first I've ever heard, actually, of a forum like this in the Caribbean dealing with technology and the creative sector. So it was just a very, very powerful session for us to have. And that, again, was paneled by, let's see, who did we have paneling that? We have
Dr. Sonia Naya.
Dr. Naya, thank you for your leadership on that panel. So Cordell, this has been a fruitful day. Actually, I mean, an amazing 2 days. And I hope that this is really just the beginning of our discussion. This is the catalyst. Someone had to catalyze the discussion, and I'm really happy that UNESCO and the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica taking the lead here in this area. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you, everyone, in our continued discussion. There is an email list, and there will be a series of ways to interact with us going forward on this. But just a fantastic day, Cordell. Congratulations you and the team. I know you put a lot of work into this, and it was well apparent. Isn't that right, Ms. Isabel?
Thank you very much, Erica. And that last point Octavia made about bias will be explored fully in the movie we're about to screen, Coded Bias. It was a pleasure co-sharing with the great, outstanding, lovely, brilliant Isabel Vera Bermudez over the past 2 days. And Isabel, I will have you make your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Cordell. Thank you so much for your nice words. Yes, so this brings us to the conclusion of this excellent presentations of our forum yesterday and today. The forum allowed us to explore the multi-advantages of AI and its correlated technologies in a variety of fields, for example, the rule of law, education, business, creative industries, and many others. At the same time, however, we have seen the potential risks and challenges that in turn can deepen inequalities and divides. And therefore, it is key to take into consideration the ethical basis of artificial intelligence systems, so that these techniques or this technology not only project but also promotes, not only protects but also promotes human rights and human dignity. The inputs and discussions that stem from this forum will be used to develop a policy brief on the current situation of AI in the Caribbean region, and will highlight the benefits, potential risks, and recommendations for policymakers. Eventually, UNESCO, as a global laboratory of ideas and broker between multiple stakeholders, including governments, civil society, and global experts, stands ready to support Caribbean states in developing a sub-regional, human rights-based, and gender-responsible strategy on artificial intelligence. We believe this is a strategic moment to reach out to our partners and support the Caribbean region in the development of such strategy. And this is why we have launched this Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative in collaboration with the Jamaican Broadcasting Commission and the International Program for the Development of and the International Information for All Program, sorry for that. And this set, on behalf of UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, and the UNESCO Information for All Program, thank you to everyone for attending and participating in a very vibrant way and in a very informative and vibrant forum. Thank you to the audience, all of the speakers, and the support personnel who helped to organize this event. We will be following up with a questionnaire soon and encourage all of you to complete it by return date in March 2021. And I would like to mention again that in March, there will be an online consultation where we will be presenting the draft artificial intelligence policy brief for the Caribbean. Please continue to spread the word about the initiative. Feel free to find more information by visiting our websites, unesco.org/Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative and iaforcaribbean.com. You may also email us and follow our social media channels, which links you may find on this forum's communications and materials. Thank you all once again. Thanks for all the nice and encouraging words that we have also heard from you, from the participants, of the work that is currently being done. And now please enjoy the film. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. And we want to thank, of course, probably the most important people here today, our interpreters, and Antoinette, Stephanie, and Ewan, who made this enjoyable. Even watching them and following what was going on, the level of engagement, and that they were enjoying themselves as well. We really appreciate your presence here today. It is now 1:42. We have 90 participants on a Friday still on this call. Isabel, we have attended many international fora. By all standards, this tells you that people appreciate the content, and we thank them for staying for the entire day. So we're now delighted to be collaborating with the IEEE, the IEEE Jamaican chapter, in bringing to you an exclusive screening of Coded Bias. It's an American documentary film that premiered at the 2020 Sundance Film Festival. Please enjoy and have a good day.